AM 830 KLAA, Orange County, Los Angeles, and Inland Empire.
This is the Angels pregame show on Angels Radio and on the AM 830 radio app.
2-2, and Taylor Ward swings at that one and lifts a ball high and deep down the left field side, and that ball is out of here. That is a grand slam for Taylor Ward. The game is no longer tied.
With a preview of today's game, including the starting lineups and countdown to first pitch, the Angels pregame show is brought to you by Morongo Casino Resort and Spa.
Here we go. Coming up on this 4th of July from Toronto, Canada, Angels baseball is back on the air. Tonight, it's our Angels taking on the Toronto Blue Jays. Hi again, everybody. I'm Roger Lodge. If you're on the beach, if you're in front of your grill right about now, just want to start by saying thanks so much for not only being the best fans in the game, but thanks so much for making Angels baseball a big part of your 4th of July weekend. And after a 5-4 homestand, our Halos hit the road with a record of 41-42. Kicked things off with a win on Tuesday with a 4-0 shutout win over the Braves, getting 6 shutout innings from Tyler Anderson and homers from Joe Adell, Jorge Soler, and Luis Rengifo. And the Halos were back to 500 for the 9th time this season. But then on Wednesday, they would fall, back to under 500 because of a rough 8-3 loss, thus wasting the effort of starter Yusei Kikuchi, who went 5 2/3 shutout innings, but was charged with a couple of runs when Ryan Zefferjan came out of the Angel bullpen and allowed not only a 3-run homer to Sean Murphy, but a grand slam to the Braves first baseman Matt Olson, as Zefferjan faced 6 batters, did not retire a single one. And when the dust settled, it was game over and a 8-3 Angel defeat. So then last night, the Halos would go for a series win. And for the 3rd game in a row, the Joe Show would serve as the opening act.
On its way, and Adell grounds that one out of the reach of the shortstop, Allen. That's through into left center field. Being waved home is Neto. He scores easily. And Joe Adell continues his hot hitting. 14-game hitting streak for him, an RBI single, and a 1-0 Angels lead.
Joe Adell has been so clutch. He had the game's first RBI hit in all 3 games of that Braves series. And after that RBI knock made it 1-0. Good guys, Nolan Shonowell got it to 3-0 in a hurry.
Here's the next pitch, and this is hit high in the air. This ball's well hit the dead center field. It's out by the wall. It's out of here. Dead center. Shonowell, his 8th home run of the season, and he has hit 5 of them now in his last 16 games. A 2-run shot, 3-0 Angels.
Nolan Shonowell with a swing and a drive over the center field wall, his 8th of the year, made it 3-0 Halos. Meanwhile, Angels starter Jose Soriano on Thursday night was absolutely brilliant, putting up 0 after 0. And then got a little more run support from Swaggy Z in the 4th.
Next pitch, he lifts this one high, and he hits it well out into center field, and it is out of here. Neto is well on his way to a cycle now. That home run is 13th of the season, 2nd homer of the night for the Angels, and add-on run, it's 4-0 Halos.
He never got the cycle. The triple is so hard to get, but he got his 13th homer of the year, and the Halos had a 4-0 lead. And the way Soriano was pitching, it felt like 40-0. And then in the top of the 6th, Taylor Ward stretched things out to a 5-run lead.
Here's the next one on Ward. This is a liner and a diving attempt, and it's out of the reach of Profar. That ball's all the way out on the warning track. Going into third base is Trout. He's going to score on it, headed for third base, and sliding in with the RBI triple. His 2nd triple of the year is Taylor Ward. The Angels add on, and now it's 5-0.
Not only was that Taylor Ward's 2nd triple of the year, it was his team-leading 58th RBI, and it made it a 5-0 ball game. From there, it was pretty much a wrap. Soriano went 7 shutouts. Sam Bachman threw a scoreless 8th, and then Brock Burt came aboard. They'd give up a Jurickson Profar solo shot in the ninth, but you know what? I think we'll all take the W.
One more out to go. Burke ready, the 0-2. He got him swinging, struck him out, and the ball game is over. Angels come away with the victory tonight. They beat the Atlanta Braves 5-1, and you can put a halo over this one.
And the Angels won the series as the halo shined in a 5-1 Angel victory. Your Thursday totals: Angels 5 runs, 11 hits, no errors. Braves 1 run, 5 hits, no errors. Jose Soriano was brilliant, picking up win number 6, lowered his ERA to 3.72. Bryce Elder allowed 4 earned runs, and he would take the loss. So now for the 10th time, the Angels are back to 500, this time at 43-43. They also get back to 500 on the road at 23-23. And don't forget, they're 20-20 out here at home at Angels Stadium. But the Angels starters in that Braves series, they were all really good, starting with Tyler Anderson on Tuesday, his 6 shutout innings, 2 walks, 7 strikeouts. Kikuchi was really good on Wednesday, 5 2/3. When he walked off the mound, he had a 2-0 Angel lead. Things just didn't go the Halo way after that. And then last night, Soriano, 7 shutout innings. He allowed only 3 hits. He walked a pair. He struck out 7, lowered his ERA to 3.72. So we move forward and find out what's on tap on this 4th of July. What's on tap, proudly presented by Modelo, brewed with the finest ingredients for a taste that's pure gold. And on this Friday night in Toronto, we'll see if Kyle Hendricks can keep things moving in the right direction. The Professor enters 5-6 with an ERA of 4.66, coming off a really good start Saturday night out here at the Big A when he went 5 innings, allowed only a solo home run, did not walk a batter, 5 strikeouts. Halo shined brightly in an 8-2 Angel victory. And that wrapped up one heck of a month of June for the man they do call the Professor, who sliced and diced his way through June with an ERA of 3.21. In 5 starts last month, Kyle Hendricks allowed 3 runs or less in 4 of them, 2 runs or less in 3 of those 5 starts in the month of June. Let's hope he can keep it moving in that direction tonight. Eric Lauer, a left-hander, gets the baseball tonight for the Blue Jays. And don't forget, not only is Lauer 4-1 with an ERA of 2.60 in 12 outings, including 6 starts, but the Angel batters hit only .219 against lefties so far this season. So we'll see how they fare tonight against the lefty, Eric Lauer. Let's get to my keys to the game, presented by Southern California Toyota Dealers Association. I think it's pretty obvious tonight with Kyle Hendricks. Has to have command of his fastball. You know, the changeup is going to be there for him, but he's got to have command of that fastball. And, of course, we need some length out of Kyle Hendricks tonight. If Hendricks can give you 6 tonight and keep you in the game, that would be huge for interim manager Ray Montgomery and his coaching staff and this Angel Ball Club. That's my key to the game, brought to you by Southern California Toyota Dealers Association. My name is Roger Lodge. We're getting you ready for the Angels and the Blue Jays on this 4th of July, as the Angels are already playing game number 87 of this 2025 season. Again, they come in at 500, 43-43. It's a road game number 47. Halos are 23-23 away from the Big A. And tonight they'll do it with a lineup of Zach Neto leading off at shortstop, Nolan Shonowell batting second and playing first base, Trout's DHing, batting third, followed by Ward, the red-hot Joe Show, Logan O'Hoppe, Luis Rengifo, Gustavo Campero is in right field batting 8th. Chad Stevens will bat 9th and play second base. And the Professor will take it from here on Angels Radio and the Angels Radio app.
The adrenaline of your home team being in a full count with the bases loaded could make you feel like your heart is beating out of your chest. However, paying attention to your heart rhythm at any time is important. Hi, I'm Dr. Nikhil Warrior, Medical Director of Electrophysiology for the Memorial Heart and Vascular Institute. An irregular heartbeat could be a sign of atrial fibrillation or AFib. AFib is one of the most common heart conditions, and a person with AFib is 5 times more likely to have a stroke. To treat AFib, Memorial Care offers the Watchman device, a small, parachute-like device implanted in the heart through a minimally invasive procedure. This provides stroke protection while potentially reducing bleeding risks associated with blood thinners. Paying attention to your heart rhythm at any time is important. Let Memorial Care help you make sure your irregular heartbeat doesn't happen outside of the game.
From packed stadiums to sold-out shows, Sports Illustrated Tickets puts you in the middle of the action. With over 50 million tickets to sports, concerts, and theater events worldwide, it's your go-to for unforgettable live experiences. Whether it's behind home plate, the 50-yard line, center stage, or anywhere in between, we've got your seats. Visit sitickets.com or download the app now. Sports Illustrated Tickets. Same seats, better prices. Fans deserve better.
You hear that? That's the sound of 20 years of excellence. I'm John Patterson, owner of Tustin Mazda and Huntington Beach Mazda. With us, it's never just about cars. It's about delivering an exceptional experience. We're the only Mazda dealer group in California with a 20-year track record of earning the President's Award for sales and service excellence. Receive a great guest experience with no dealer markups. Visit Tustin Mazda, Huntington Beach Mazda. Buy better, drive better.
Of July, wherever, however you are listening. Thanks for making Angels baseball part of your holiday weekend. And I don't know if you're into this kind of stuff or not, but I kind of am. So this is kind of important to me. Whatever happens in the past, we all know what creatures of habit baseball players are. Here's the deal. Today is the 8th time that the Angels are facing the Blue Jays on the 4th of July. And it's the 6th time they are playing the Blue Jays in Toronto on the 4th of July. The Angels are 4-3 all time on 4th of July against the Blue Jays, but they're only 2-3 in Toronto. And today is the first time that teams are meeting on the 4th since back in 2008 when they met out here at Angel Stadium, which happened to be an 8-2 Angel victory. And this is the first meeting in Toronto on the 4th since 1992, when the Blue Jays got an 8-6 win that night. By the way, tonight's broadcast, Angels Blue Jays, will air exclusively on Apple TV. That means for a lot of you, just keep it right here on Angels Radio and the Angels Radio app. All right. Okay, let's find out who's in and who's out. Brought to you by Vanda Pharmaceuticals. As far as who's in and who's out, Gustavo Campero is in right field. Jorge Soler is out, but pretty much the same lineup that you've seen a lot from the Angels. Zach Neto leading off at short, Shawnuel at first, Trouty DHing, and I'd get used to that, folks. Taylor Ward out in left field, Joe Adell in center, Ohapi doing the catching, Rengifo playing third base, Campero's in right. Chad Stevens is up from AAA, made his big league debut last night, and he's back in there batting ninth, with his parents joining him and a lot of family in Toronto. Chad Stevens going to play second base. What a great moment that must be for Chad Stevens to have a lot of family and friends in the ballpark tonight. All right, let's quickly track Trout, brought to you by State Farm. Mike Trout 1 for 4 Tuesday night in Atlanta with a double in the Angels' 4-run 8th. He went 1 for 4 on Wednesday with a pair of strikeouts. Last night, Trouty 0 for 3 with a walk, got hit by a pitch, and he struck out once. He's 2 for 11 on the trip with 4 strikeouts. On the last homestand, he went 5 for 26 with 1 extra base hit, a home run that he hit last Saturday night. Trout comes into the ballgame tonight batting .227, 13 homers, 31 RBIs. He has 3 doubles and a triple. He has walked 36 times so far this year. His on-base percentage is .344. And Mike Trout's batting .325 with runners in scoring position. He's only hitting .192 at home, 248 on the road. And Mike Trout now, as we all collectively gasp, has now gone 12 straight games without a multiple hit game. And he's hitting just 171 in his last 12 ball games. Tonight would be the perfect night for Trout to break out. We just track Trout, brought to you by State Farm. As far as our health report is concerned, the health report today brought to you by Memorial Care, and the health report today brought to you by Miller's Children's and Women's Hospital. Help kids stay healthy by balancing screen time with outdoor play. Apply plenty of sunscreen, stay hydrated, and enjoy the shade. Well, Christian Moore going to be out. He's on the 10-day injured list, but hopefully that will be all with that thumb sprain that he suffered a couple of nights ago in Atlanta. All right. Angels come in 43-43. Got to get a win tonight to get over 500 right here on Angels Radio and the Angels Radio app.
You always get more at Simpson.
The Chevy Summer Drive is on at Simpson Chevrolet in Irvine and Garden Grove. Now get the most out of summer in a new Chevy Silverado with low financing and payment programs that fit everyone's budget. Choose from a great selection of new 2025 Silverados, all in stock and all ready to drive to your summer adventures now. At family-owned Simpson Chevrolet, they're big enough to deal, small enough to care. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Have a craving for something sweet and salty? Then come see what's popping at Pops. At Pops Kettle Corn, we create mouth-watering, hand-popped goodness that is the perfect balance of salty and sweet. Enjoy a batch while watching your favorite team. You can find Pops Kettle Corn at various sweet shop locations throughout the concourse and a variety of flavors. Or visit us at our Tustin location and online at popskettlecorn.net. You'll be satisfied to the last crunch. That's the Pops guarantee. Pops Kettle Corn.
Angels fans, you love to squeeze every drop out of life, and that means you're going to sweat. Whether you're on the field, on the court, or just out in the heat, you'll need to put back the fluids you lose. Pocari Sweat matches the natural electrolyte composition in your body so you can fully hydrate and get back to being your best. With a unique and delicious citrus taste, Pocari Sweat is the perfect way to quench your thirst for life. You'll find Pocari Sweat at Angel Stadium corner markets or try Pocari.com. Pocari Sweat is a proud partner of Angels Baseball.
Angels fans, there are more ways this season to watch your Angels on FanDuel Sports Network. For the first time, you can subscribe directly to FanDuel Sports Network and stream the Angels without blackouts. Monthly, seasonal, and annual packages available. Also new this season, you can stream FanDuel Sports Network through Amazon Prime Video with an add-on subscription. As always, you can watch FanDuel Sports Network through TV providers, including DirecTV, Spectrum, Uverse, Fubo, and more. Visit angels.com/broadcast to learn more.
Hey, welcome back to Angels Pregame, proudly presented by Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Morongo, good times. My name is Roger Lodge, hoping for an Angel victory tonight in Toronto. And yes, it's 4th of July, and I'm working. The kids are out in Newport getting ready to have a great time with all of their friends. They asked me for money today to go check out the winery, restaurant, and wine bar in Newport Beach, but they just told me that the winery is closed. And just when when you thought that was enough bad news, how about this? The Angels are hitting only .219 against left-handed pitching so far this year. So hopefully tonight they can turn that around. By the way, around the big leagues right about now, the Rays and the Twins tied at 3 in the top of the 9th. Rangers and Padres just underway down in San Diego, no score. We have some finals in already. On this 4th of July, the Red Sox beat the Nationals 11-2. Reds beat the Phillies 9-6. Cubs beat the Cardinals 11-3. Mets over the Yankees 6-5 as the Yankees slide continues. And the Mariners beat the Pirates 6-0. Cal Raleigh is ridiculous. He had 2 home runs today, has 35 homers on the year. And again, it's only the 4th of July. Unbelievable. unbelievable. We got a good ball game coming up tonight. The Angels and the Blue Jays. And we're about to count down to first pitch. Always brought to you by J&J Snack Foods. J&J Snack Foods offering memorable and delicious snack experiences all throughout the stadium. Here they are, counting down to first pitch. Terry and Mark.
Thanks, Roger. The Angels across the border to take on the Toronto Blue Jays, the opening game of the weekend series. Before we preview the Angels and Blue Jays, Mark, let's talk a little bit about the Angels series in Atlanta. Angels come away with the series win, took 2 out of 3, and won last night's game by the final of 5-1. And the Angels did it in part because of the pitching of Jose Soriano.
Yeah, Jose Soriano coming off a disaster start that he had against the Washington Nationals. Everything was back in sync in that game yesterday to win that series. In Soriano, 7 innings, just 3 hits. No runner even reached second base against Soriano in that game. Really strong performance, 7 strikeouts. And the thing that really jumps off the page, first pitch strikes, 73%. 19 of the 26 that he faced, he was working ahead, and that really played out in that game yesterday.
Offensively, the Angels left a lot of runners on base, but had plenty of runs to win the game 5-1, but stranded 11. And the Angels had a pair of 3-hit nights from both Zach Neto and also from the red-hot Joe Adell, who's now hit safely in 14 games in a row.
Yeah, you look at those 14-game hit streak that Joe Adell is on, 364, 5 home runs, and 13 RBIs in that 14-game hit streak. Great to see Zach Neto at the top of the order get that bat up and running, and once again, because the Angels, he is the guy that makes the Angels go.
Well, the Angels, as I mentioned, in Toronto to take on the Blue Jays, and the Angels could be running into the hottest team in baseball right now. You could certainly argue the case for the Toronto Blue Jays. They just got done sweeping the Yankees in a 4-game series at Rogers Center, the first time they had ever done that in their franchise history.
Yeah, they are playing as well as you could possibly play, certainly at home. They are 29-16 at the Rogers Center. And if you go a little bit deeper into that, they are 13-4 in their last 17 games at the Rogers Center. They've won 5 straight. So this is a team the Angels are going to try to have to cool down the Blue Jays here tonight at the Rogers Center.
You look at their lineup tonight, the Angels might catch a little bit of a break because Vladdy Guerrero Jr. is not in there. I guess he fouled a ball off his foot in their game yesterday against the Yankees. Alejandro Kirk, their number 1 catcher, isn't in there. Anthony Santander is on the injured list, so their lineup not 100% right now.
Yeah, but they have George Springer, who is smoking hot over the last 13 games. 488 for George Springer, 5 home runs and 19 RBIs in the last 13 games. He has really picked up the offense for the Blue Jays.
Let's take a look at the pitching matchup for the opener. The Angels are going to send Kyle Hendricks to the mound. He had a really good month of June for the Angels and has started to turn his season around a bit.
Yeah, you look at his last 4 starts, 2-0 and a 2.45 ERA. And for Kyle Hendricks, it's all about command. 22 innings over those last 4 starts, just 3 walks. When he's able to control that strike zone with his fastball, that changeup's the equalizer. Can he keep the Blue Jays off balance?
All right, Eric Lauer is going to get the start for Toronto. They recently put him in their rotation. He's been pitching pretty well for them. He was a guy that earlier in the season was in the minors. He has a lot of major league experience. He's won 40 games in his big league career.
Yeah, and it's not going to be a hard-throwing lefty. His average fastball is going to sit right in that 90-94 range. He's got an assortment of pitches. He will try to use them. He'll try to keep the Angels off balance, and he's just your prototypical soft-tossing lefty that the Angels are going to have to think go the other way against.
The Angels faced Lauer in relief in a ball game at the Big A. That was in the first week of May, and he faced only 1 batter, retired that batter, and that's been the only time in his career that he's ever faced the Angels. So we'll see what happens. The opening game of a big 3-game series, Angels taking on the division leaders in the AL East, the Toronto Blue Jays. That's all we have for you at the moment. Roger, back to you.
Guys, thank you so much. Have a terrific 4th of July. Calling this one, Terry and Mark have the first pitch coming up in just a couple of minutes. The red-hot Blue Jays, they're trying to keep it rolling. The Halos trying to get over 500 with a W tonight, right here on Angels Radio and the Angels Radio app.
A lot of life can happen between sips of Dasani. You know, the life moments, big and small, that are worth getting thirsty for. Like organizing a family movie night under the stars. or hearing an old favorite song and having an impromptu dance party. Or finding a new dinner recipe that the whole family loves. The crisp, clean taste of Dasani was made for all of life's thirst-worthy moments. Dasani, because life happens between sips.
You know what's better than fresh baked chocolate chip cookies? A big bucket of chocolate chip cookies to share with your family. At Kathy's Cookies, they use only the finest and freshest ingredients to bake cookies that will fill your belly and warm your heart. They bake hot, fresh chocolate chip cookies on the spot for you, just like Mom. Come get fresh Kathy's Cookies located at Courtyard 1, Courtyard 4, and Section 432 on select game days at Angel Stadium. And also look for them at your local fair, concert, and other sporting events.
You hear that? That's the sound of unmatched excellence. I'm John Patterson, owner of Mission Viejo Kia, where it's never just about cars, it's about delivering an exceptional experience. We're the only Kia dealer in Orange County to earn the Platinum Prestige Dealer Award for outstanding sales and customer service. Receive a great guest experience with no dealer markups. Visit Mission Viejo Kia today. Buy better, drive better.
Angel fans, purchase a Harry Potter themed ticket package to enjoy the magic of Harry Potter at Angel Stadium on Tuesday, July the 29th. Whether you belong to Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin, you can enjoy a Hogwarts House t-shirt and a seat to the game with your purchase of a Harry Potter themed ticket package. Visit angels.com/Harry Potter to get your seats today. Welcome back. Angels pregame, proudly presented by Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Can you believe the Angels are the only team in Major League Baseball to have used exactly 5 starting pitchers all throughout this 2025 season? Well, they are. Tyler Anderson, Yusei Kikuchi, Jose Soriano, Jack Kahanowitz. Tonight, it's Kyle Hendricks' turn. Can he keep it rolling and get the Angels to over 500? You got to stick around to find out. Terry and Mark have you covered from here. I'm Roger Lodge. Enjoy the 4th of July with those that you love. And go enjoy Angels baseball. And let's get a win!
This has been the Angels pregame show, sponsored by Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Stay tuned now for exciting Angels baseball here on Angels Radio and the AM 830 app.
The 4th of July savings event is on at the Irvine Auto Center. Shop from over 2,300 new and pre-owned vehicles all in one place. And because they have more cars, they sell more and can offer you volume savings on the top import, domestic, luxury, and exotic brands. Plus, while you're there, grab a bite to eat at one of the many food trucks on July 5th. For big savings this 4th of July, the Irvine Auto Center is the place to be.
Turn your search into drive, where the 5 meets the 405 at Lake Forest Drive.
Angels fans, the Hyatt Vacation Club invites you to enjoy a 4-day, 3-night resort getaway, starting from just $149. Choose from 6 beautiful locations, from the mountains of Breckenridge, Colorado, to the beautiful beaches of Cabo San Lucas, Mexico. See what Hyatt Vacation Club has to offer. Conditions and participation requirements apply. Call 866-440-8783 to learn more.
Stay up to date on everything Angels with a new issue of Angel magazine every month. Read exclusive interviews with your favorite players, coaches, and more. Everything you need to know about Angels baseball can be found in Angel magazine. Available at the Angel Stadium team store or online at angels.com/magazine. It's your source for everything Angels. It's Angel magazine at the Angel Stadium team store or at angels.com/magazine.
Summertime and baseball go together like cinnamon and pretzels. Next time you're at the ballpark watching the Halos, stop by Wetzel's Pretzels in Section 129. At Wetzel's Pretzels, we hand-roll and handcraft the finest ingredients in innovative deliciousness so you can grab a little happiness while watching your favorite team. Whether it's an original pretzel or a Wetzel dog, we've got your baseball snacks covered. Stop by Wetzel's Pretzels outside section 129. Wetzel's Pretzels.
Angels baseball starts right now here on Angels Radio, AM 830, KLAA.
Orange County, Los Angeles, and Inland Empire.
Angels baseball is on the air on Angels Radio and on the AM 830 radio app.
Here's the next pitch. Neto swings, lifts the ball down the left field side. It's tight to the line. Fair or foul. That ball's out of here. Zach Neto has homered. Here's one that Trout hits well down the left side. And that's Trout of here. He hit another one over the short wall. Here's the next pitch. That's a shot by the third baseman. That's going to roll all the way down in the corner. 1 run scores. 2 runs scores. The ball gets away from Clase, and coming in is Shotwell. He scores, and the Angels have a walk-off win tonight here at the Big A.
Angels baseball is brought to you by Foundation Building Materials, Memorial Care, Coca-Cola, and Morongo Casino Resort and Spa.
Angels baseball is on the air tonight from Rogers Centre in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. The Angels get ready to face the Toronto Blue Jays. Hi, everybody. Terry Smith along with Mark Langston. Our producer-engineer here on this 4th of July is Jorge Sevilla, and we welcome you on Angels Radio, also available free on the Angels Radio app. A couple of hot teams squaring off in the opening game of this series in Canada tonight as the Angels go into play this evening, trying to get back over the 500 mark. It would be the first time since late April if the Angels post a win, they get over the 500 mark. Angels come in a record of 43-43, and for Toronto, they might be the hottest team in all of baseball right now. They just completed a 4-game sweep of the Yankees in Toronto. They've won 5 in a row, and they come into this ball game. They've won 7 of their last 8. They're 9-3 in their last 12, and they have really played well at home this year at Rogers Centre. Their home record is 29-16. Yankees already lost their ball game in the Subway Series to the Mets today, so the Blue Jays could open up a 2-game lead on New York, who ended up dropping their 5th game in a row today as they lost to the Mets. As far as the pitching matchup for the opener of this weekend series, Kyle Hendricks, 5-6, goes for the Angels, and he will be facing the Blue Jays for the first time this season. He has faced them in the past, and he is 0-1 lifetime in 3 career starts against Toronto. The Angels will be facing left-hander Eric Lauer. He started the year in the minors. He got brought up, was pitching in relief, and now he's been in their rotation. He's been pitching pretty well for them out in the rotation for Toronto, a pitcher who has won 40 games overall in his big league career. The umpires are headed out to home plate, the exchange of the lineup cards. We get back. Mark Langston will have the starting lineups. We'll have the start of tonight's game. It's coming up in minutes on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
Proudly invites you to our newest Brewery X, located at the Ontario International Airport inside Terminal 2. No ticket? No problem. Guests are encouraged to utilize the free Ontario Plus program that allows you to gain access to the terminal side in less than 30 seconds. Serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner with 24 Brewery X brands on tap, Brewery X OMT is ecstatic to be part of the community as we continue to cross paths and come together over beer.
The All-Star break is in sight, and that can only mean one thing. 2025 Topps Baseball Series 2 is here. Series 2 has something for every baseball fan, showcasing this season's most exciting rookies and iconic moments from the game's greatest legends. 2025 Topps Baseball Series 2 is also packed with exclusive game-use memorabilia and autographs from the league's biggest stars. Get to your local hobby shop or Topps.com to build your collection today.
Angels fans, you don't want to miss Howard's explosive deals this 4th of July. Buy 2 or more Whirlpool appliances and we pay your sales tax. Plus, when you visit your local Howard store, you can enter to win the best seats in the house at an Angels baseball game. At Howard's, we have the best prices on leading brands like Whirlpool, LG, Frigidaire, Speed Queen, and GE. These explosive deals won't last, so hurry into any one of our SoCal showrooms or visit howards.com today.
Leave the Big A in style during Throwback Week. The first 25,000 fans on Saturday, July the 12th, will receive a throwback long-sleeve shirt courtesy of Miller Children's and Women's Hospital. Visit angels.com/promotions today.
Mark Langston here, and it's time for tonight's starting lineups of Game 1 of this 3-game series against the Toronto Blue Jays. Starting lineups are brought to you by Prize Picks. Angels starting lineup today will look like this. Leading off, the shortstop, Zach Neto. Batting second, first baseman, Nolan Shonewell. Hitting third, designated hitter, Mike Trout. In the cleanup spot in left field, Taylor Ward. Batting fifth, center fielder, Joe Adell. Hitting sixth behind the plate tonight, Logan O'Hoppe. Batting seventh, third baseman, Luis Rengifo. Hitting eighth in right field tonight, Gustavo Campero. And batting ninth, second baseman, Chad Stevens. On the mound for the Halos, 5-6 record, 4.66 ERA is right-hander Kyle Hendricks. Blue Jays starting lineup will look like this. Leading off, second baseman, Leo Jimenez. Batting second, their designated hitter, George Springer. Hitting third, shortstop, Bo Bichette. In the cleanup spot in right field, Addison Barger. Batting fifth in left field, Davis Snyder. Hitting sixth, center fielder, Nathan Lucas. Batting seventh, the third baseman, Ernie Clement. Hitting eighth, first baseman, Will Wagner. And batting ninth behind the plate tonight, Tyler Heidemann. On the mound for the Jays with a record of 4-1 and a 2.60 ERA is left-hander Eric Lauer. As we get closer to the first pitch and all the action tonight at Rogers Centre, downtown Toronto, Canada, here's my partner, Terry Smith.
Well, thank you so very much, Mark Langston, as we get ready for Angels baseball. Looks like the Blue Jays have on their City Connect uniforms tonight, and they are a very dark blue as far as the tops and also the pants they're wearing, and the teams also are wearing kind of patriotic caps, with this being a 4th of July weekend, although the Angels are celebrating it across the border in Canada. So let's run down the umpires for this ball game. Jordan Baker is the crew chief. He will be calling balls and strikes. And he's been kind of hit or miss at times. Sometimes he's had a really big strike zone. Sometimes it's been a little bit tighter. So we'll see what his night features tonight on balls and strikes. As far as the umpire at first base, Dan Merzel. The second base umpire is Charlie Ramos. And the umpire at third base is Stu Sherwater. The dimensions at the Rogers Centre, and it's a ballpark. It used to be known as the Sky Dome, and they've done a lot of renovating inside the stadium in recent years. And the dimensions are a little smaller than they've been in the past. And in the past, they always had a kind of uniform outfield wall, but that's kind of changed. There's a few little nooks and crannies, as you will, as far as the height of the outfield wall. It's only 8 feet high in dead center, and there's other portions of the wall in right center and in left field where it gets as high as 14 feet. 328 down the line, 400 to dead center, 328 down the right field side, and the gap in left center 368 and in right center 359. So we're just about ready for baseball. Eric Lauer will get ready to face the Angels. And the last time he was on the mound was on Sunday. That was a game on the road against the Boston Red Sox. Worked into the fifth inning, gave up 7 hits, 3 runs. Here's the first pitch tonight, and it's chased and missed by Zach Neto. We're underway, and the count is 0-1. Angels have on their red tops and their gray pants tonight for Game 1 of this weekend series against the Blue Jays. Here comes the next pitch, and this is popped in the air on the first base side. Straddling the line was the first baseman. Now coming in and calling him off is the right fielder, and the catch will be made there by Addison Barger, and that'll be the game's first out. So 1 away. Neto retired, and Nolan Shonewell will be the next batter.
Eric Lauer is not going to overpower anybody. Fastball sits 90-94, and that's where he's topped out at 94. It has a cutter, curveball, slider, and a changeup. He's going to try to keep the Angels off balance with that. It's coming off a start against the Boston Red Sox where he took a no decision, 4 1/3, allowed 3 runs in that start.
So getting ready now to dig in is Nolan Shonowell. And here's the pitch on the Angels' first baseman. He takes that one on the outside corner for a called strike. Shonowell coming into the action tonight. He's hitting .281. Little 3-game hitting streak. He's had hits in 10 of his last 12 ball games. And the next pitch, that one is in there. So the count goes to 1-2. Time and temperature, it's presented by Mountain Mike's Pizza. Pizza the way it should be. And the game time temperature, 75 degrees. The roof is open, and the first pitch back to Southern California today at 4:08. And here's the pitch, and that is ball popped foul behind the plate. Running out of room is the catcher Heineman. And so the count on Shonowell, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Top of the first, just underway. Being presented this evening by your SoCal Hyundai dealers. There's joy in every journey. Angels trying to climb over the 500 mark. And the last time the Angels were over 500 was after game 21 of the season when the Angels had a record of 11-10, and that was on the 20th of April. Since then, the Angels have had 5 different times where they've gotten to 500, including going into this ball game, but the Angels have lost the next game. And the pitch, and that one misses low. And so the count, it's 2 balls and 2 strikes on Shonowell.
Yeah, they're looking to get over that hump, and you feel like once they can maybe kick that door open, they can start padding that over 500 record.
And we even heard Ray Montgomery talk about that a little bit after last night's game when the Angels beat the Braves to get back to 500. Here's the pitch on its way. This is popped in the air, very shallow left center. Coming in, making the catch is Nathan Lukes, the center fielder. And so that'll be out number 2. Mike Trout will be the next hitter.
Talked about that fastball from Lauer, and he likes to work that top side of the strike zone with that 4-seamer. Try to get you to look up there and then get you out with that slider down and that curveball down.
Trout, as he digs in, he's hitting .227. He's had hits in 6 of his last 8 games, and he takes the first pitch. And that one is ball 1. It's 1 ball, no strikes.
Yeah, nobody in this Angels lineup has ever faced Eric Lauer before.
And here's the pitch on its way. That's right in there for a called strike. Trout just 2 for his last 12. And here's the next pitch, and that is low and inside. It misses.
Yeah, Trout 2 for 11 in that series against Atlanta.
And he awaits the next delivery. The count's 2-1, and here it comes, a chase and a miss. That was a fastball at 93 miles per hour. Two balls and 2 strikes, the count on Trout. Here's the next pitch, and that's fouled back behind the plate.
Fastball there at 93. Trout liked to get that one back. Had a good pass at that one. Fouls it straight back.
Lauer began the year in the minors, got called up to the Blue Jays on the 30th of April. Has been with them ever since. And here's the next pitch, and that one's outside. So it's a full count on Trout. Lauer pitched all of last season in the minors. And he was in the Astros and Pirates organization a year ago. And here's the 3-2 delivery, and Trout takes that one high, and that's ball 4. So we've been seeing Trout get a lot of walks lately. Gets one his first time up tonight. Angels have a 2-out base runner. And Taylor Ward will be the next hitter. And Ward has been heating up of late. Comes in with a 6-game hitting streak. Lauer this season, he's been solid against right-handed batters. They're hitting just 179 against them. Starts off Taylor Ward with a first pitch curveball, and that one misses a little bit low. It's 1 ball, no strikes.
That first walk to Mike Trout is an Angels' first walk, and that's presented by Johnny Walker. Keep walking.
Here's the next pitch, and that one misses low. Taylor Ward gets on base. Waiting on deck for the Angels is Joe Adell hitting out of the 5-hole. Adell has been red hot the last few weeks. Here comes the next pitch. And Ward swings at that one and pops it down the right side. It's going to drop foul. And it was out of the reach of both Will Wagner, who's playing first base, and also Addison Barger, the right fielder, who was coming in.
Yeah, it was a couple of years ago in Toronto where Taylor Ward got hit right in the face. Alek Manoah. That was a ugly scene.
Yep, very scary situation for Taylor Ward. So the count is 2 balls and 1 strike. Ward has appeared in all but 2 of the Angels games this season. And a year ago, he missed only 6 games. Here's the next pitch. And that's a chase and a miss. 2-2, the count's even.
Yeah, fastball again, right at the top side of the strike zone. Eric Lauer actually did pitch in Korea last year. He was with the Houston Astros, asked to get out of his contract with the Astros, and ended up 7 starts in Korea.
Next one, it's a little bit high. So full count. He just walked Trout, and now 3-2 the count on Ward. The lefty is set, and here's the next pitch. And that is in there, a called third strike, and that's how the inning will end. So Taylor Ward retired, so are the Angels. Half inning completed in Toronto. Angels failed to get on the scoreboard. The Blue Jays are coming up when we get back on Angels Radio, also available free on the Angels Radio app.
Spend your summer days at Pechanga Resort Casino, voted the best casino outside Las Vegas by Newsweek and USA Today. Soak up the sun poolside and enjoy world-class resort amenities, including exceptional entertainment, award-winning dining, spa luxury, golf, and not to mention 24/7 gaming excitement. An expansive casino floor and 1,100 guest rooms make Pechanga one of the largest in the country. Just off I-15 in Temecula. Visit Pechanga.com or call 888-PECHANGA for reservations and more information.
Attention pro contractors and builders. Whether you're on site or in the office keeping track of orders and billing, your focus should be on doing your job well, not wasting time with guesswork or the stress of managing your business. Meet MyFBM, your newest digital tool from your partners at Foundation Building Materials. It's your go-to for tracking deliveries, managing orders, and controlling job spend all in one place. It's time to change the way you do business. Visit myfbm.com and register your company today. myfbm.com. That's myfbm.com.
Sunny afternoons and baseball, that's a perfect match, just like Kettle One and cocktails. Kick back, soak up the action, and sip on an ice-cold Kettle One vodka cocktail. Kettle One, made to cocktail, and proud partner of Angels Baseball.
SDCCU Stuff the Bus School Supply Drive is partnering with the Angels Baseball Foundation to collect donations online for students in need. Kids face many hardships. School supplies should not be one of them. Proceeds support the Angels Baseball Foundation's Back to School event. Help ensure these students start the school year like their peers. Federally insured by the NCUA. Donate at SDCCU branches or online at sdccu.com/donate.
So here we go to the bottom of the first inning, and the first pitch on Jimenez leading things off. It's in there for a called strike. Andres Jimenez is the batter. They also have Leo Jimenez on this team as well, and there's one that's fouled back behind the plate. No balls and 2 strikes the count. After Jimenez, George Springer, who's been really hot, and then Bo Bichette. Here's the next pitch. This is lifted in the air into right field, but it's hanging up, and out there for the Angels is Gustavo Campero to put that one away, and that's the first out.
Already a really good changeup. 2 fastballs, then got him out in front on that changeup. That is Kyle Hendricks' go-to pitch. Teams are hitting just .220 against that changeup this year.
So here is Springer, and here's the first pitch. That's on the outside part of the plate. It's a called strike. Springer has hit 4 home runs in his last 3 games. He was kind of a one-man wrecking crew against the Yankees in the Toronto 4-game sweep of New York at Rogers Center. There's a pitch that's taken. It's in there. It's now 1 ball and 1 strike. Springer is in the top 10 in the American League in runs batted in. Takes that pitch for a called strike. 1-2 is the count. Bo Bichette waiting on deck. He did not start any of the 4 games in that series against the Yankees after he suffered kind of a freak injury before that series got underway. Bichette, who's waiting on deck, he stepped on a baseball during BP on Monday and kind of twisted his knee. He's had a sore right knee, but he's in their lineup after not starting any of those 4 games against the Yankees. He did come in and pinch hit in that series. Next one fouled off by Springer. And so the count is 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah, right now George Springer is just circled in every colored pen. He is smoking hot. He was 8 for 12 in that series against the Yankees with 4 home runs and 11 RBIs.
Here's the next delivery, and that is a pitch that he's taking, and the count's level 2-2.
In the last 13 games, 488. 5 home runs and 19 RBIs in the last 13 games for him.
Here's the delivery, a little bit low and away. Kyle Hendricks had a really good month of June for the Angels. This is his first July start in June in 5 starts, 3-0 record, 3.21 ERA. Most recent start was against the Washington Nationals, a recent homestand. Here's a fly ball hit again to right field, and hardly having to move to catch that one. Pretty much right at Gustavo Campero, and that'll be the second out. So a couple of balls to the Angels right fielder. Bo Bichette will be the next batter. The bottom of the first inning, it's being presented by Foundation Building Materials, the official jersey partner of Angels baseball. Blue Jays do not have Vladdy Guerrero Jr. in their lineup, and neither is Alejandro Kirk, their starting catcher.
Yeah, Vladdy fouled the ball off his foot in last night's game. Stayed in the game, but heard today that foot is pretty sore, so they gave him the day off.
There's one fouled off on the right side, backing out of play. Another guy that they were hoping to get some big results from this season, Anthony Santander, who's signed a 5-year deal with them in the offseason. He's been sidelined since May with some shoulder issues, so he's on the injured list, and another piece for them. But with all that said, they have gotten on fire.
They sure have.
Blue Jays were 8 games out of first place on the 28th of May, and now they have a 1-game lead, and it could be 2 games in front of the Yankees if they won tonight against the Angels. We're hoping that doesn't happen, but the Angels are going to have to do things right if they're going to have some success in this weekend series across the border.
And not only that, it's what they've done at home at the Rogers Center is really where things have taken off for them. They are 13-4 in their last 17 home games.
Here's the next pitch. Little bouncer back to the mound. This is fielded by Hendricks. His throw is in time, and that is how the inning will end. So a clean inning for Kyle Hendricks. Sets him down 1-2-3. We've completed one from Toronto with no score on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
Attention Angels fans, get ready to level up your game day experience. Bandai Namco has teamed up with Angels Baseball to bring you the Level Up Arcade in the right field pavilion at Angel Stadium. Step into an interactive arcade with classic video games, including the legendary Pac-Man. Win a high score, snap photos, and make memories that last. Plus, discover Gashapon, a super hot capsule toy brand sold exclusively through vending machines. Whether you're a fan of the latest anime, popular game characters, or simply adore all things cute, we offer collectibles that delight fans of all ages. Don't miss out. See you at Level Up by Bandai Namco in Angel Stadium's right field pavilion. Let's play ball.
Angels fans, there are more ways this season to watch your Angels on FanDuel Sports Network. For the first time, you can subscribe directly to FanDuel Sports Network and stream the Angels without blackouts. Monthly, seasonal, and annual packages available. Also new this season, you can stream FanDuel Sports Network through Amazon Prime Video with an add-on subscription. As always, you can watch FanDuel Sports Network through TV providers, including DirecTV, Spectrum, Uverse, Fubo, and more. Visit angels.com/broadcast to learn more.
In 1925, Modelo began brewing beer for those who believe in better. A model beer, steeped in the tradition of tireless effort. A rich Pilsner-style lager for those who wear their heart and heritage on their rolled-up sleeve. Since our first batch 94 years ago, to every bottle raised today, we've proved that it doesn't matter where you come from. It matters what you're made of. Modelo Especial, brewed for those with a fighting spirit. Drink responsibly. Imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Join your Angels for Family Sunday every Sunday home game through July the 27th. Visit the Gate 5 Courtyard for fun activities and stay for Kids Run the Bases. For a full list of Family Sundays presented by Yakult Probiotic Drink, visit angels.com/promotions.
We go to the second inning with no score. First batter up for the Angels is going to be Joe Adell. And as Joe Adell gets ready to dig in for the Angels, he enters the game hitting .250. It's the highest his batting average has been in quite some time. 14-game hitting streak for the Angels center fielder. And the first pitch, that's a breaking ball that's a little bit outside. 1 ball and no strikes to count.
Yeah, Joe Adell 5 for 13 in that series against the Braves. 4 RBIs in that series.
Here's the next pitch, and that's a little bit low and inside.
It felt like every game in that series against the Braves, it was Joe Adell early putting the Angels on the scoreboard.
Yeah. Here's Lauer's next pitch, and Adell swings at that one and fouls it back.
Well, you could see the Blue Jays' approach to Kyle Hendricks was try to go the other way against Lauer, and you're going to almost have that same mentality, or the Angels should have that same mentality against Lauer that the Blue Jays had against Kyle Hendricks.
Here's Adell swinging at a pitch, and he lines one, but it's caught by the center fielder, Lukes, as he made that grab about 7 or 8 feet before the rim of the track out there. Adell hit it sharply.
Yeah, 112 off the bat of Joe Adell. Just didn't get underneath it.
Yeah. And the center fielder, Luke's got a little twisted around going back on that one, but still had time to make the catch. Here comes the pitch on its way, and that's fouled back by Logan O'Hoppe back behind the plate.
You feel like this should be a favorable matchup for Logan O'Hoppe. He likes that fastball up in the zone, and that's where Lauer likes to put that four-seam fastball.
Well, Hoppy comes in just 3 for his last 20, swings at this one, and he hits a fly ball to the center fielder and going over a few feet into right center. Making the catch on that one is Lukes for the second out. So the Angels are hitting the ball in the air here. First couple of innings. 2 are down, and Luis Rengifo will be the next batter. This top of the second, no score at the moment, presented by Hyatt Vacation Club. Enjoy a 4-day, 3-night resort getaway from 6 beautiful locations. Call 866-440-8783 to learn more. Lauer is ready, and here's the pitch. Ground ball hit right to second, gobbled up there by Jimenez, and he will throw out Rengifo, and the Angels have a quiet top of the second inning, just a 7-pitch inning for Lauer. Bottom of the second is coming up with no score in Toronto on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
Celebrate every win with Don Julio Reposado, our authentic barrel-aged tequila with smoky notes and a rich, smooth finish. Made it with love from Mexico to Southern California. Salud.
Looking for tickets to your favorite concert, sporting event, or festival? Whether you're buying or selling, 714 Tickets is here to make it easy. With over 30 years in the ticket business, 714 Tickets knows how to connect you with the best seats. With their new app and website, it's easier than ever. And best of all, no service fees. Download the 714 Tickets app or visit 714tickets.com. 714 Tickets. Buy, sell, enjoy.
Vista Paint is proud to once again partner this season with your favorite team in red. For over 60 years, when Southern California professional painters and homeowners want the most durable, premium, and sustainable paint, they choose Vista Paint. Vista Paint, where color, creativity, and chemistry meet.
You hear that? That's the sound of 20 years of excellence. Tustin Mazda and Huntington Beach Mazda, the only California dealer group with a 20-year track record of earning the Mazda President's Award. Buy better, drive better.
Helmet Nachos, the Rally Monkey lighting up the Big A after a big win. Some things will always be, just like F&M Bank. While some banks come and go, F&M has been a cornerstone of Southern California for 118 years. No name changes, just consistent, reliable banking built on a foundation of strong stability and rock-solid family management since 1907. F&M Bank, proud sponsor of Angels Baseball. Some things will always be. Member FDIC.
Hendricks has completed his warm-up tosses. We go to the bottom of the second inning, and the first batter for the Blue Jays will be their right fielder, Addison Barger. Barger's been swinging a solid bat for them. .272 batting average for him coming into the action tonight. And a player who has been opening up some eyes for the Blue Jays this season. The pitch, the first one, it's right in there for a called strike. The bottom of the second, it's being brought to you by Coors Light. Coors Light, choose chill. Hendricks is ready, and here's the next one on Barger. That's a chase and a foul tip right by the plate. Barger, a 6th-round pick of the Toronto Blue Jays back in 2018. He hit just 190 last year in 69 games. Has some power. Usually a pretty aggressive hitter at the plate. And his numbers are considerably better this year than a year ago. The pitch, and that's a little bit outside on him. Counts 1 ball, 2 strikes. He's developed into an everyday player for the Blue Jays this year. Here's the 1-2, swings at it and fouls that one back out of play. Davis, Schneider, and Nathan Lucas will follow here in the bottom of the second. No score.
Barger is another guy that had a big series against the Yankees. 6 for 9, couple home runs in that series.
And the pitch, swings at this one and lifts it into shallow left center. Coming in is Joe Adell. Adell kind of stumbled coming in, but he was able to recover, and he called off Taylor Ward and makes the catch. It was a routine play, although Adele had some footwork issues out there, and this is the artificial surface in Toronto.
We used to call it the turf monster. It'll take you down.
Yep.
You don't pick your feet up. It just grabs.
Yep. Here's the pitch on its way. That's a pitch that misses on Schneider, and the count goes to 1 ball, no strikes. Davis Schneider at the plate. He's hitting .233. Here's the pitch, and he pops one in the air into shallow center as well. And Adele is under that one, and he'll make the grab on that. A couple of putouts to the Angels center fielder. That one in shallow right center. And Nathan Lucas, the center fielder, will be the next batter.
Kyle Hendricks is trying to keep the ball moving forward. That Angel starters in that Atlanta series, 18 2/3, they allowed just 2 runs. And that pitching really dominated that series against the Braves.
There's a pitch right in there for a called strike on the lefty batter. In the Blue Jays sweep of the Yankees at Rogers Center in the last 4 days, Toronto scored 36 runs in those 4 games. And there's one that Lucas was trying to hold up on the appeal. They say he went after it. So the count jumps to 0 balls, 2 strikes. Angels won 4 of the 5 starts that Hendricks made last month, and his ERA for the month of June is 3.21. Next delivery, that's a little bit high. 1-2 is the count. Two outs in the inning. Ernie Clement waiting on deck if the inning continues. That's a pitch fouled back behind the plate. So the count remains 1-2, and the Angels step up in inning number 3. It'll be Campero, Stevens, and Neto.
That last pitch, 87, just ties up Lucas on that inside part of the plate.
And here's the next pitch. He gets him to chase that one. He struck him out on a changeup, kind of spun him around chasing that pitch. First strikeout of the night for the Angels right-hander Kyle Hendricks, and the inning is over. We're headed to the 3rd. Nothing but zeros on the board on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
Hey, it's your friend Roger Lodge, and I know there's a lot of personal injury firms out there, but Easton & Easton will fight for you. Their family of personal injury attorneys know how to maximize your recovery and get you the best results possible, because results matter. Whenever an accident occurs, Easton & Easton has you covered. Calling them is key for success to ensure you get the highest compensation for your injuries. Go to EastonLawOffices.com. Easton & Easton, let their family help yours.
Looking for a university that blends big opportunities with a close-knit community? Discover Chapman University. Located in the heart of Orange County, Chapman students don't just learn, they lead, create, and innovate. From day one, you'll have access to cutting-edge research, top-tier faculty, and real-world experience that sets you apart. Whether you're into science, business, arts, or a multitude of other areas, Chapman University helps you turn passion into purpose. Visit chapman.edu and see how far you can go.
Managing your well-being through a mobile app can be a hit right when you need it most. There are many apps that put resources at your fingertips. Clutch tools like breathing techniques, meditation, and well-being activities, and listening to music to help you get back into the swing of things. There are apps designed specifically for children, teens, and adults. Visit the Mindfulness Apps tab at angels.ocnavigator.org for more information. The OC Navigator is brought to you by the OC Healthcare Agency.
Celebrate Angels shortstop Zach Neto with his first ever bobblehead on Friday, July the 25th, when the Angels take on the Mariners. The first 25,000 fans will take home a Zach Neto bobblehead, courtesy of angels.ocnavigator.org. Visit angels.com/promotions for more.
We get ready to go to the top of the 3rd. Great to have you tuned in on this 4th of July. See if the Angels can have a nice 4th of July victory across the border tonight in Toronto.
Well, they're going to have to supply their own fireworks in the game tonight.
Yes. Yep. So the first batter for the Angels is Gustavo Campero, who's getting the start in right field. He's had 4 hits in his 20 at-bats with the Angels so far. Spent most of this season in AAA. Also spent some time on the injured list as well. First pitch was in there for a strike. Top of the third, it's presented by Modelo, brewed with the finest ingredients for a taste that's pure gold. And here's Lauer's next pitch. That one is low. Eric Lauer, who's on the mound for the Blue Jays, originally a first-round pick of the Padres way back in 2016. Here's the next pitch. That's high and away.
Yeah, it's bounced around at the minor league level. Parts of 6 seasons at the big league level.
He's a guy, if the Angels get some runners on at first base, they're going to have to watch him because he has a really good pickoff move. There's a ball that's line foul, hit hard off the bat of Campero down that left side, foul ball.
Yeah, his last start, I watched that against the Red Sox, and he did try to pick off a lot over to first base.
Campero had backed out of the box. This Toronto club mentioned they lead the AL East by a game entering the day. And here's a little bouncer hit right to the second baseman. And it's fielded there by Jimenez. And he will throw out Campero. So that's the 5th batter in a row that Lauer has retired. He did walk Trout in the first inning. Angels have had a base runner against them, but no hits so far. Chad Stevens will be the next batter for the Angels. The Blue Jays entered the month of June under 500. They were 14-16. And since then, they have gone 35-22 to take over first place in the AL East. Pitch fouled off on the right side by Stevens. He was in the lineup for the Angels last night in Atlanta. And in that ball game, he went 0 for 4, but that was a rough 0 for 4.
Yeah, Austin Riley, he looks up and he's not playing third base, so he's got to feel better about that.
Yeah. And Ron Washington, the Angels manager, is on leave because of the health problems right now. He was the one that tutored Austin Riley all those years in Atlanta.
He did.
Turned him into a plus fielder. There's a little chopper that's fouled off by Stevens. And so the count on him, it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. After Stevens, Zach Neto waits on deck. And the pitch on its way, and that is a called third strike, and Stevens knew it, struck him out. Fastball at 94.
And that was right smack in the middle of the plate. He was sitting off speed.
The other thing that's interesting about Toronto, Mark, and I know from time to time you take a look at this, the Blue Jays entered the day today, as I mentioned, in first place, a game in front of the Yankees, and their run differential is +9 for the season, even though they're 11 games over 500. The Yankees, who entered the day in second place, their run differential is +100.
Yeah. I mean,
which is a head scratcher when you think of the records of the teams and the number of runs they have scored and also given up this season. Neto just chased the pitch and he has fallen behind. The count on him is now 0-2.
I'm not a big fan of the run differential. Yes, it can play out, and I just go back to, was it last year or 2 years ago when the Angels scored 25 runs in Colorado?
Right, yeah.
And that makes your run differential really pretty good.
Yep. Angels at 500 for the season have a -46 run differential. Oh, 0-2 on Neto. 2 outs in the inning, and there's a swing and a miss, and Neto is a strikeout victim, a pair of strikeouts in the inning for Lauer. So he's been tough the first time through the batting order. Angels have not had a hit the first 3 innings. We'll go to the bottom of the third. Scoreless in Toronto on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
Add to your Angels hat collection when your Halos take on the Mariners on Saturday, July the 26th. The first 25,000 fans will receive a corduroy hat courtesy of FanDuel Sports Network. Visit angels.com/promotions today.
Choose chill this season and pick up Coors Light to celebrate your fandom wherever you are. Coors Light is a proud sponsor of the Angels, and this year, we're helping you celebrate the chill way with a chance to win autographed gear and tickets to an upcoming game. To enter, visit CoorsLight.com/Angels. Coors Light, choose chill.
No purchase necessary. Ends 8/1/25. Eligible zip codes in California, Nevada, Hawaii only. 21 plus. Void where prohibited. Rules, prices, and details. CoorsLight.com/Angels. Alcohol not included. Winners of tickets are responsible for travel, accommodations, and expenses. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
You're not at your house. You're at a lavish seaside estate. You're not walking the dog. You're hunting for clues in an Agatha Christie mystery. See it differently with BritBox. Stream an endlessly entertaining collection of British TV, including new original series, Ludwig, starring David Mitchell.
Bit awkward, really. I think I might just have solved a murder.
And Outrageous, a scandalous true story.
Seems there's a political extremist in every family these days.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox.
In baseball, there are plenty of things you can count on. A sea of foam fingers, kids lining up for autographs, catching the wave as it makes its way around the stands. In healthcare, there are things you can rely on just the same, like counting on United Healthcare for reliable Medicare coverage with low out-of-pocket costs. With United Healthcare, you'll find a wide range of Medicare plans to choose from to fit your budget, your needs, and your life. Learn more at uhc.com.
Bottom of the third inning we go. And the Angels and Blue Jays, no score. We've yet to have a hit in this ball game. Kyle Hendricks, who's on the mound for the Angels, he's retired all 6 batters in a row that he's faced. And as far as Eric Lauer, he has set down 9 of 10.
We have some kind of delay working right now. Jordan Baker, the home plate umpire, who is the crew chief, there is something that he does not like at the moment. Kyle Hendricks finished off that second inning with a strikeout. First strikeout by an Angels pitcher is presented by Circle K.
Something's going on, I think, with Shonowell, who's over by the Angel dugout. He's not on the field right now, the Angels' first baseman. So maybe looking for another glove or something for him. I want you to know we are broadcasting remotely from our flagship station, AM 830 Studios, located inside Angel Stadium. In the meantime, Kyle Hendricks is going to get in a few extra warm-up tosses right now.
Fans, enjoy amazing moments by your Halos from the comfort of a suite. All-inclusive packages available. Call 714-4ANGELS or visit angels.com/suites.
So again, Shonowell finally gets a new glove, and he's trotting out to first base.
And let's see, I saw this in a game where the catcher, it was in one of the Blue Jays recent games where Alejandro Kirk was late getting out, and they charged the pitcher with the ball because of the delay of game.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like that's going to happen here.
So we're ready to go, and the first pitch, and that's a pitch that is fouled back behind the plate by Ernie Clement. As Clement digs in, he is 8th in the American League in batting average, and his batting average is under 300. The pitch that's fouled off, backing out of play. Clement's hitting .299. There are only 10 major league players right now who are hitting 300 or higher in all of baseball this season. The day of the 300 hitter is kind of dying a little bit, and the pitch on its way. That's lined, and Neto jumps up and takes that one out of midair. Retires Clement, who hit that ball off the end of the bat a little bit. That's out number one.
Kyle Hendricks, first time through the lineup, using the fastball as much as he possibly can. Likes to save that changeup to a little deeper if possible, and so far so good.
So the batter now, it's Will Wagner. He's playing first base. He's filling in for Vladdy Guerrero Jr. tonight. Guerrero is day-to-day, and we could see him tomorrow in the middle game of this weekend series. And the game tomorrow will be a day game. There's a pitch that's chased and missed. First pitch back to Southern California tomorrow for game 2 of the series will be just after noon, 12:07. And then Sunday's game, another day game, but an earlier start in Toronto, and first pitch on Sunday to wrap up the road trip back to SoCal at 10:37 in the morning. Pitch was fouled off by Wagner. The count is 0-2 on the Blue Jays first baseman and 8-hole hitter. Will Wagner is hitting just .203. Spent time in the minors this year. And the next pitch, that's outside. It misses for a ball.
35 pitches for Kyle Hendricks to this point. Only 7 of them out of the strike zone.
1 ball, 2 strikes. And the next delivery, he lifts that one in the air into left field, but they're waiting, and making the catch on it will be Taylor Ward. Easy play. Wasn't hit all that deep. So that's 8 in a row retired by Hendricks out of the blocks tonight. 9-hole hitter. The catcher, their backup catcher, who's starting tonight, Tyler Heineman, will be the next batter. This bottom of the third inning, we're scoreless. It's being presented by OG's Pizza. Heineman, switch-hitting catcher, bats from the left side. Here's the pitch. And the first one misses high on him for ball 1. It's 1 ball, no strikes.
Yeah, Blue Jays have 4 lefties in the lineup, 5 righties. Lefties hitting just .222 against them, where the right-handers are hitting .311. That's the highest in the majors.
Here's the pitch on Heineman, who played his college baseball at UCLA. Fouls that one back out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike. Heineman spent some time on the concussion injured list. That was back in May. And here's the next pitch, a swing and a miss. And the count goes to 1-2. When the Angels step up in the 4th, it'll be Shonowell, Trout, and Ward against Lauer. Neither team with a hit so far in this game. 2 outs, bottom of the 3rd. Hendricks is ready, and here's the 1-2, and that one missed a little bit low. Andres Jimenez would be up next. And here comes the 2-2 pitch. He reached it one, fouls it back out of play.
Kyle Hendricks, just his 4th start in his career against Toronto. 0-1 record, 4.32 ERA. And he had a start last year against the Blue Jays. No decision, threw the ball well, 5 innings pitched, only 1 run allowed.
Next delivery, and that pitch taken for a ball. So it's a full count. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes.
This is only his 2nd start in Toronto. His other one came in 2014.
Well, 11 seasons ago, the pitch, and there's a chase and a miss, and he fooled him right there with a changeup, struck him out, and that's the 2nd strikeout of the night for Kyle Hendricks, who's been perfect the first time through the batting order, retiring all 9 in a row. The 4th inning coming up in a scoreless and hitless game on Angels Radio, also available free on the Angels Radio app.
Spend your summer days at Pechanga Resort Casino, voted the best casino outside Las Vegas by Newsweek and USA Today. Soak up the sun poolside and enjoy world-class resort amenities, including exceptional entertainment, award-winning dining, spa luxury, golf, and not to mention 24/7 gaming excitement. An expansive casino floor and 1,100 guest rooms make Pechanga one of the largest in the country. Just off I-15 in Temecula, visit Pechanga.com or call 888-PECHANGA for reservations and more information.
Heads up, OC. SDCCU has your tickets to Angels baseball. Open a free checking with eStatements account at one of SDCCU's Orange or Riverside County locations and get a voucher for a free pair of tickets to an Angels game and get access to 30,000 surcharge-free ATMs. That's more than most big banks. SDCCU is not big bank banking, it's better while supplies last. Federally insured by the NCUA. Offer valid through September 17, 2025. For details, visit sdccu.com/angels.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Head to the Big A on Sunday, July 27th, when the Angels host the Mariners at 1 p.m. The first 15,000 kids ages 3 to 17 will take home a Mike Trout youth jersey, courtesy of angels.ocnavigator.org. Visit angels.com/promotions for more.
Top of the fourth we go. Scoreless, Angels and Toronto Blue Jays. The top of the fourth inning brought to you by Ketel One Vodka. Smooth tasting and made to cocktail. This copyrighted broadcast, also presented by authority of Angels Baseball, may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Angels Baseball. So here we go to the fourth, and the first pitch on Nolan Shotwell. He takes it. It's in there for a called strike. Shotwell is first time up, flied out to the center fielder. And here's the next pitch. That's a little bit low.
Shotwell this year, 260 against lefties. Angels overall 7-8 against left-handers.
1 ball, 1 strike is the count. And here's the next pitch. And that's a pitch that missed outside. It's 2-1. The Rogers Center, used to be known as the Sky Dome, underwent a $400 million renovation after the 2023 season. Capacity was reduced a bit. Here's the pitch. That's high. They put some new turf in, playing surface, larger clubhouses, dugouts are closer to the field, a little less foul territory now.
Yeah, the Skydome opened in now the Rogers Center in 1990.
And here's the next pitch. This is popped in the air into right center, and under, making the grab on that one is Nathan Lucas, the center fielder. That's out number 1. And that's 8 in a row retired now by Eric Lauer.
I take that back. It's 89 when it first opened. Because I remember I was so excited when I played with Seattle and I got traded over to Montreal and didn't get to see that beautiful ballpark. And it's a cool ballpark. Even though it's a dome stadium, it's beautiful.
Have a hotel built into the ballpark. And some of the folks that stay at that hotel, they have a bird's eye view from center field.
Yep. Open your drapes and watch the game.
There's a check swing, and that's fouled back behind the plate. 0-2 is the count on Trout.
And it used to hold 50,000 when it first opened. They packed that place every night.
Yep. Here's the delivery. That's a little bit outside. They had a string of 3 seasons, and that was during their glory days when they were winning World Series championships in the early 90s. But 91, 92, and 93 drew 4 million fans each year to their ballpark. There's a pitch that Trout is going to take on Mike Trout, and he's retired on that slider. Got him looking.
Fourth strikeout in the game. This is a little curveball that Trout just gives up, think it's going to be a ball. Ends up catching that inside corner.
Mike Trout has always been a patient hitter going back to his younger days with the Angels. There's one that's fouled back behind the plate.
That goes back to when he was a kid.
Yep.
He talked to his dad about his patience when he first came up at 19. His dad said, hey, he's always had that. He said he used to throw BP to him, and just throwing batting practice, Trout would not swing if he thought it was a ball.
Yeah. There's the next pitch. This is a chopper hit right to the shortstop. And fielding it is Bichette. His throw is going to be in time, and that's how the inning will end. So another quiet inning for the Angels. Angels have had the only base runner so far in this ball game, and that was the walk with 2 outs to Trout back in the first inning. An 11-pitch inning for Lauer. We're headed to the bottom of the fourth. No score on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
You hear that? That's the sound of unmatched excellence. Mission Viejo Kia is the only Kia dealer in OC to earn the Platinum Prestige Dealer Award for excellence in sales and customer service. Buy better, drive better.
Angel fans, purchase a Harry Potter themed ticket package to enjoy the magic of Harry Potter at Angel Stadium on Tuesday, July the 29th. Whether you belong to Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin, you can enjoy a Hogwarts House t-shirt and a seat to the game with your purchase of a Harry Potter themed ticket package. Visit angels.com/Harry Potter to get your seats today.
Are you ready for a home run of flavor and excitement? Look no further than OG Sports Brewhouse Pizza, the ultimate destination for sports fanatics and pizza enthusiasts alike. Whether you're a diehard baseball fan or just in it for the delicious food, OG's has got you covered. Catch the latest game on our big screens while devouring mouth-watering pizzas, legendary chicken wings, and ice-cold brews. Join us for a home run experience that you won't forget. It's the perfect spot to share unforgettable moments and cheer on your favorite team. OG Sports Brewhouse Pizza, where sports and great flavors collide.
Specialized pediatric care. What exactly is it? It's the experts at Memorial Care Miller Children's and Women's Hospital who are on a mission to make sure every child becomes a healthy adult. With locations from the South Bay to Orange County, this is where top-rated pediatric professionals are changing lives by bringing miracles to medicine. It's exceptional care that's exceptionally close. Memorial Care Miller Children's and Women's Hospital. Caring is our calling.
We get ready to go to the bottom of the fourth inning, and it's being brought to you tonight by JAE Electronics, technology to inspire innovation. So the first batter up for the Blue Jays here against Kyle Hendricks, who's retired all 9 batters he's faced. Their leadoff man tonight, Andres Jimenez.
43 pitches for Kyle Hendricks through the first 3 innings, 33 for strikes.
So ready is Hendricks, and the pitch. First one misses a little bit low for ball 1. It's 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the next pitch, and that's hit sharply on the right side, and that one is caught there by Nolan Shotwell, the Angels' first baseman. Liner off the bat of Jimenez, and that'll be the first out. George Springer will be the next batter. Springer flied out his first time up. Let's pause for station identification on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
AM 830, KLAA, Orange County, Los Angeles, and Inland Empire.
Terry Smith, along with Mark Langston, our producer-engineer on this Independence Day, is Jorge Sevilla, and that's right in there for a called strike on Springer. George Springer, now 35 years old. He'll still play some outfield, does some DHing as well, takes that pitch, and that's a little bit inside.
George Springer's always been that thorn in the side against the Angels. Has always had some monster games.
Here's the next pitch, and he takes that one a little bit inside for a ball. Teams for the 4th of July weekend are wearing kind of powdered blue caps and red bill, and the Angels logo on their caps this weekend have kind of the red, white, and blue theme as far as the Angel A on the front. Here's Springer lining a ball into left field. It'll be played in on a hop by Taylor Ward, and that is the very first hit in this ball game. It comes with one out in the bottom of the 4th inning. First base runner of the game for the Blue Jays. Angels have had one base runner on the Shotwell walk, and now the batter will be Bo Bichette.
First hit of the game is presented by 714 Tickets. Buy, sell, and enjoy the best seats. Download the app or visit 714tickets.com.
Batter now, Bichette. He bounced one back to the mound to Hendricks. His first time up, takes that one for ball one. We'll have this date in Angels history coming up in just a moment. It's brought to you by Sports Illustrated Tickets. 50 million sports, concert, and theater tickets. Same seats, better prices. Visit SITickets.com today. And here's the pitch. That's fouled back behind the plate. It was on this date in Angels history, the 4th of July, 1983. 42 years ago today, the Angels drew a crowd at the Big A of 63,132 fans. It was a game the Angels played against the Royals, dropped that game 5-1. That was the largest regular season home crowd in franchise history. Over 63,000. That's when the stadium was enclosed.
When I got with the Angels in 1990, it was still enclosed then.
There's one that is popped up foul on the first base side. Shotwell has a play, and right near the Angels dugout on the first base side in foul ground. He's going to catch that one. Bichette is retired. That's the second out. And now Addison Barger will be the next batter.
We used to play the Dodgers in the exhibition freeway series, and we'd have 60+ thousand in each one of those games.
So here is Barger batting, and he fouls that one off, backing out of play.
You got to watch George Springer over there at first base. He's got 10 stolen bases this year, has not been thrown out. Kyle Hendricks has allowed 11 stolen bases this year.
Yeah, they have some speed at the top of their batting order with Jimenez and Springer and Bichette. Pitch on Barger. That evens up the count. It's 1-1 strike. Barger, way back on May the 7th, almost 2 months ago, was hitting just 139. And the Blue Jays were worried about him. That was after he got off to that slow start this season. And in the games since then, since the 7th of May, hitting just below 300. So he's really turned his season around. Overall, 271 batting average, despite that very slow start. Pickoff toss over to first. Close play. Just diving back safely over there goes Springer. That was a good pickoff move from Kyle Hendricks.
Yeah, Angels are quickly looking at this. And Springer was leaning. Oh, he got back. Shotwell missed the tag. Springer did a nice job. He always dived to the outside part of the base. Springer does and avoids the tag.
Here's the next pitch, and that's a ball that's lined on a low hop over there. Rengifo stopped it. Not sure if he stopped it in the air or not. He just tossed it over to second just in case. It looked like he did make the catch on that low liner. In any case, the inning is over, and we'll get ready to move to the fifth. As we head there, there is no score. That was a liner caught by Rengifo to wrap up the inning. Fifth inning is next. Nothing but zeros as far as runs in the ball game on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
We all have difficult times and face challenges. You are not alone. There are things you can incorporate in your daily life to support your mental wellness. Make sure you get enough rest and set a positive mindset for the day ahead. Grab a friend. Take some time to get outdoors to breathe in fresh air. End your day by jotting down 3 positive things that went well for you. For more resources on ways to navigate your mental wellness, visit angels.ocnavigator.org. The OC Navigator is brought to you by the OC Healthcare Agency.
The 4th of July savings event is on at the Irvine Auto Center. Shop from over 2,300 new and pre-owned vehicles all in one place. And because they have more cars, they sell more and can offer you volume savings on the top import, domestic, luxury, and exotic brands. Plus, while you're there, grab a bite to eat at one of the many food trucks on July 5th. For big savings this 4th of July, the Irvine Auto Center is the place to be.
Turn your search into drive, where the 5 meets the 405 at Lake Forest Drive.
Hey, Angels fans, looking for 100% MLB verified tickets? Then call off the search and head to StubHub. StubHub has been the leading ticket marketplace for buying and selling tickets for over 20 years. StubHub will get you where you want to be. Always stress-free, always guaranteed. StubHub, an official partner of the Los Angeles Angels.
Sunny afternoons and baseball, that's a perfect match, just like Kettle One and cocktails. Kick back, soak up the action, and sip on an ice-cold Kettle One vodka cocktail. Kettle One, made to cocktail, and proud partner of Angels Baseball.
Both pitchers have been outstanding in this ball game. Each has retired 12 of the 13 batters they've faced, and we get ready for inning number 5, a scoreless game. Joe Adell, the first batter, and he takes the pitch on the outside corner for a called strike. Top of the 5th inning, it's being presented by your Southern California Toyota dealers.
Yeah, both pitches are just pumping strikes in there.
And here's the next delivery. That's inside. Adell lined out his first time up.
I hit the ball hard, but a line drive right out to Lucas in center field.
Here's the next pitch, and that is a check swing, and they say he went after it on the appeal, so it's now a 1-2 count.
Major League Baseball is now going to start trying to deal with the check swings, and they've got the high-tech technology that's out there now to be able to see whether it's a swing or not, and you could see that in the future of the game.
Next pitch on Adell. He swings at that one and fouls that one off.
And there's just so many interpretations of what is a swing and what isn't a swing, and it's different for every umpire, what they see.
Here comes the next one on Adell, and that popped off the mid of the catcher, Heineman. It was a little bit outside, so it's now 2-2. Well, we always try and profile the home plate umpires before the start of the ball games, and some are in the best category. Right. Some are in the pitchers category, the hitters category. Some are not graded too highly. Here's a shot off the bat of Joe Adell. It's going to drop fair down in that left field corner. He's going to go for 2, and the throw's going to get him. And Adell might have jammed his hand going into second base. He's down and in some pain right now. In any case, he's out. He'll get a single, but out trying to stretch it into 2. And Davis Schneider with a strong throw to second base to get Adell.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he hit his face on the base. Yeah, this ball, you think it's a double. It's right in the left field corner. Snyder plays it perfect, plays the carom, gets it, and gets it in quickly. Joe Adell not stopping. Yeah, it was the tag from Jimenez that tagged Joe Adell right in the face.
That's what it was. Yep. And they're still checking out Adell out there at second base. He's on his feet.
I'm not sure if the Angels are
challenging the call.
Yes, I think the Angels are challenging this call because it does look like Adell's hands are in touching the base when the tag hits him in the face, right in the nose.
So, yeah, this one is under review. Yeah, maybe Adell ends up getting the double after all. We'll see.
It looks like his hands are on the base when that tag catches him right in the nose.
Yeah, why Jimenez tried to tag him that high in the face and not just try and get the tag on one of his hands is certainly questionable as far as the way he fielded that one.
This challenge is presented by Easton and Easton.
After review, the call on the field is overturned. The runner is safe.
Yep. Joe Adell's going to get a double on that one after all. So that's a big turn right there. Instead of one out, no one on, you have no outs and a runner at second in scoring position. That's a big call.
Big call. Great throw. The throw beats Joe Adell by a lot. And Jimenez had a ton of time to really place that tag on one of the hands for Joe Adell.
So in a ball game where hits and runs have been real hard to come by, the Angels able to get the challenge go their way. And the batter now is O'Hoppe. A base hit could give the Angels the lead in this game.
Angels first one to get a runner at second base.
And there's a pitch that's outside.
One thing with Eric Lauer is he's gone 5 innings or more just 2 times this season.
And he's working in the 5th inning here in a scoreless ball game. Time requested there by O'Hoppe, moves out of the batter's box.
And the Blue Jays bullpen is beat up. In yesterday's game, they had 4 guys that were down, that were not usable in that game yesterday.
Now the catcher, Heineman's going to go out and have a word with Lauer.
Fans, join us for this season of Angels Baseball. Visit angels.com/tickets for more information on upcoming games, giveaways, and more.
The closer for the Blue Jays, Jeff Hoffman, who's had 21 saves this season. He likely is unavailable tonight.
Right. He's worked in 4 of the last 5.
They were hoping they wouldn't have to use him yesterday, and they ended up using him in the ball game yesterday, the wrap-up game of that 4-game series against the Yankees. Here's the pitch on O'Hoppe, swings at it and fouls that one back behind the plate.
Still think this is set up really well for Logan O'Hoppe. If he gets that fastball in the upper quadrant, he's done so much damage this year with the fastball up.
Here's the next pitch, the 1-2, and that is that was a 1-1 chased and missed. The count's now 1-2.
That was the slider, and hanging one up might not even been a strike.
So Hoppe awaits the next pitch, and Lauer's checking Adell at second. He delivers. That's low and inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Luis Rengifo waiting on deck. Each team with 1 hit. No runs so far for either club. Here's the delivery and the pitch that's low and inside. Full count now on O'Hoppe.
Bo Bichette, the shortstop, playing way over into the hole. a ton of room right up the middle.
And here comes the 3-2 pitch. He swings at it and fouls it back. That's going to get back and out of play. Blue Jays coming into this ball game, 11 games over 500. Most games they've been over 500 at any stage so far here this season. Hoppe waiting patiently in the box, and now Lauer is ready to come in with the next pitch, another 3-2. Here it comes, and it's a chase and a miss. He struck him out on an elevated pitch right there. Hoppe, a strikeout victim. Hoppe came into the day today tied for 5th most in strikeouts by AL hitters, and he's 0 for 2 now, and the batter will be Luis Rengifo.
Yeah, he's 2 for 12 on this road trip with 6 strikeouts. And this is a slider, and it is up also, and Hoppe goes after it just out in front of it.
There's a pickoff toss to second, and Adell gets back to the bag. Joe Adell has 3 steals this season. He had 15 a year ago, so he's a little bit behind his pace of a year ago. First one on Rengifo. Takes, and it's in there for a called strike.
Boy, and Lauer just lulls you to sleep. His motion is very smooth, very slow. Doesn't look like he overthrows anything.
Here's the 0-1, and Rengifo pops this one up on the third base side. The shortstop still on the dirt. Bichette will make the catch on that one, and that's going to be the second out. Angels got the leadoff double in the inning, but Adell's still at second base with 2 gone now, and the Angels need a 2-out hit from Campero, who grounded out his first time up. Switch hitter at the plate, batting from the right side. Here's the pitch, and he tried to hold up on that one. Went around for strike 1. No balls and 1 strike to count.
Yeah, they're basically going to give Joe Adell third base. Jimenez, the second baseman, is peeled off. Still, Bo Bichette way over in the hole. Nobody even close to Joe Adell at second. And Jimenez just keeps looking at Lauer and just said, hey, throw it.
Clement's playing fairly tight to the line, the third baseman. And here's the pitch, and that's outside. It misses. 1 ball, 1 strike. Scoreless in Toronto, top of the 5th inning. And here's the pitch, and that's a breaking ball in there for a called strike. Slow curveball at 74. In this situation here, a hit likely means a run. Campero, our player to watch right now, presented by Kettle One Vodka.
Angels, 4 of their 5 runs in yesterday's game came with 2 outs.
Here's the next pitch. He swings at this one and pops it into shallow center field. It's an easy play for the center fielder, and Nathan Lucas puts it away, and the Angels will strand Adell. He was at second, the first hitter in the inning, but couldn't get him past the second base bag. Bottom of the 5th is next. Still a scoreless game in Toronto on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
The Chevy Summer Drive is on at Simpson Chevrolet in Irvine and Garden Grove. Now get the most out of summer in a new Chevy Silverado with low financing and payment programs that fit everyone's budget. Choose from a great selection of new 2025 Silverados, all in stock and all ready to drive to your summer adventures now. At family-owned Simpson Chevrolet, they're big enough to deal, small enough to care. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Angels fans, there are more ways this season to watch your Angels on FanDuel Sports Network. For the first time, you can subscribe directly to FanDuel Sports Network and stream the Angels without blackouts. Monthly, seasonal, and annual packages available. Also new this season, you can stream FanDuel Sports Network through Amazon Prime Video with an add-on subscription. As always, you can watch FanDuel Sports Network through TV providers, including DirecTV, Spectrum, Uverse, Fubo, and more. Visit angels.com/broadcast to learn more.
Starting a yard project soon? Before you dig, remember that utility lines might be just below the surface. The average shovel strike travels over 30 miles per hour with over 200 pounds of force, powerful enough to break underground utility lines, which homeowners could be responsible to pay for. Always call 811 before you dig to stay safe, avoid fines or outages. For more information, visit SoCalGas.com/811. SoCal Gas is responsible for marking natural gas pipelines up to the gas meter.
Join your Angels for every Saturday night home game and stay to enjoy a post-game Saturday night fireworks show driven by your SoCal Hyundai dealers. Visit angels.com/promotions for more details.
We go to the bottom of the fifth inning. Angels no runs, one hit. Toronto no runs, one hit. And pitching has been the story, and it's been good on both sides so far in this ball game. Kyle Hendricks getting ready to face Davis Schneider. He's their left fielder and number 5 hitter, and the first pitch inside and misses. 1 ball, no strikes. Another solid start here for Hendricks. He's been stringing a few together now. Had a really good month of June. Here's the pitch. And this is lifted high in the air. It's hit well, but foul down the left side. Schneider gave that one a pretty good ride, but way foul.
And just where this ball is located on the inner third, if you don't pull your hands in and rotate around it, you will hit that ball foul every time.
There's a pitch outside. A changeup misses. Angels trying to snap the Blue Jays' 5-game winning streak, and the pitch, a broken bat grounder hits a third. Charging, fielding, and throwing is Rengifo. He'll get Schneider, and that's the first out. 5-3 on the ground out.
Great pitch. Another fastball inside, that little sinker at 86 miles an hour, and just breaks the bat. Threw him a changeup the pitch before at 77 on the outside, came back in. And Kyle Hendricks, when he is on his game like this, it's just a guessing game. You're up there trying to figure out, am I going to get the changeup? Am I going to get the fastball? And where am I going to get the fastball?
Here's the first pitch on Lucas, and he swings and fouls off that curveball.
Much like we saw Tyler Anderson in his last start, just slice and dice both corners. Kyle Hendricks is on his game today.
Here's the next delivery, and that's fouled off. Backing out of play. Talked about how tight things are right now in the AL East. Toronto with a 1-game lead on both the Yankees and Tampa Bay. And both the Yankees and Tampa Bay each lost today. The pitch, that's fouled back. So if the Blue Jays drop this one to the Angels tonight, they'll still have that 1-game lead. There was a chance the Yankees could have gone from first place yesterday to third place by the end of the day today, but that's not going to happen since the Rays lost their ball game.
Everything is tightened up in that AL East with the Yankees crashing and burning, and everybody else is playing well.
Here's the next pitch, and this is another shallow fly ball to left center. Taylor Ward's going to make the catch with Joe Adell right near him. Easy out. There have been a lot of easy outs by both of these starting pitchers here in this ball game. 2 down. Last 4 in a row retired now by Hendricks. And again, he's allowed just 1 base runner so far in this ball game.
We saw in last night's game, Soriano did not allow anybody to get to second base. And so far, Hendricks, same script.
Here's Clement popping up the first pitch. This one is right out to Joe Adell. He'll make the catch on it, and that is how the inning will end. So Hendricks has retired 15 of the 16 batters that he's faced in his first 5 innings. That was just a 10-pitch inning. The bottom of the 5th, it was brought to you by Taco Bell, and also brought to you by Del Taco. So we will get ready to go to the 6th inning as we head there. Still scoreless on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
A lot of life can happen between sips of Dasani. You know, the life moments, big and small, that are worth getting thirsty for. Like organizing a family movie night under the stars. Or hearing an old favorite song and having an impromptu dance party. Or finding a new dinner recipe that the whole family loves. The crisp, clean taste of Dasani was made for all of life's thirst-worthy moments. Dasani, because life happens between sips.
Who needs a stadium? Morongo's got a 30-foot video wall, ice-cold brews, and a Wahlburgers 10 feet away from Sideline Sports Bar. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Morongo. Number 5.
You won't miss a kick, header, or goal at the friendliest sports bar in SoCal, Sideline Sports Bar.
Number 4.
July gift giveaway. Get a portable electric lunchbox when you earn 500 points on your rewards card, the 15th.
3.
Get your Good Times Pizza to go. Only from the Good Times Pizza Co.
And the number 2.
Jazz Band and the Delphonics, August 9th.
And the number 1 reason.
We're giving away a Jeep Gladiator. Earn entries now playing table games. And be here the 31st at 10 p.m. for your chance to win.
Morongo Casino Resort and Spa, celebrating 20 years of good times.
Enjoy amazing moments by your Halos in 2025 from the comfort of a suite at the Big A. Entertain guests with all-inclusive packages. For more info, call 714-4ANGELS or visit angels.com/suites.
We go now to inning number 6, scoreless ball game. And the first pitch from Lauer, that one is fouled off. At the plate for the Angels is the second baseman, Chad Stevens. He was called out on strikes his first time up. Lauer is retired 15 of 17. Mentioned Hendricks has retired 15 of 16. And there's one that's fouled back, and the count's 0-2.
And both similar. Obviously, Kyle Hendricks, the velocity's a little bit below what we see from Eric Lauer, but Eric Lauer is not overpowering anybody, just able to slice and dice corners and change speeds off of it.
Here comes the pitch, and this is a little bloop into right field, but it's going to drop foul. Stevens is still looking for his first major league hit. That one wasn't going to get caught, but it dropped in foul ground down that right side.
Last half inning is sponsored by Del Taco.
Neto will follow, and then Shonowell here in the 6th, and the next delivery that's fouled off on the right side, backing out of play. Chad Stevens, 26 years old. And here's the delivery. Swings at that one, fouls it off on the right side. He was hitting over 300 for AAA Salt Lake. Just his second big league game here tonight. And here's the next pitch. That's a wave and a miss. He fooled him right there. A slider got him swinging, struck him out. So the strikeout in the ball game. Lauer's had a few of them here tonight. That's number 6. And 2 of them against Stevens. The batter now will be Zach Neto.
And for Lauer, this is only his 7th start of the season. He's working out of the bullpen also earlier. He was the bulk guy. They had a starter before, one of their bullpen guys, and then he was the bulk guy. Put him into the rotation, and this ties a season high right here at 5 1/3.
First pitch was a curveball and a strike on Zach Neto. 0-1 the count on the Angels shortstop. He's flied out and struck out tonight. Infielders are spread apart, backed up. There's a swing and a miss. And that looked like a cutter right there.
And one of the things Eric Lauer talked about coming back over, he went to Korea last year. He said he's come back and he said, I finally figured out who I truly am as a pitcher, and I'm not going to try to do anything more than that. Knows he's not going to overpower anybody. He just has to be able to read swings and change speeds off of it, and he's done that brilliantly here tonight.
He's in front of ball and 2 strikes on Neto, and the 1-2 delivery. That's a little inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Neto's tailed off a little bit of late. Just 3 for his last 20 as he digs in here. And the 2-strike pitch, swings at that one, but chops it right to the shortstop, fielded by Bichette, and he will throw out Neto, and 2 are gone. It's been amazing how many easy outs there have been recorded by both of these pitchers.
Yep.
It's not like fielders are making spectacular plays behind these pitchers. So with 2 down, Shonowell will be the next batter. This top of the 6th inning, it's being presented by Coca-Cola. The attendance at the Rogers Center, the crowd tonight, 30,119, 30,119.
Yeah, both these pitchers are literally putting on a clinic of how it's supposed to be done. You throw strikes, stay away from the middle of the plate, and you change speeds off of that, and both guys can't do it any better.
There's a pitch on the outside corner on Shonowell, and he's quickly down. No balls and 2 strikes. Both of these starters have had high strike percentages in this ball game. In this game, we've had just 1 walk issued between the 2 pitchers, and that was Lauer, the 3rd batter he faced. Hasn't walked any since. Here's the next delivery. Ground ball hit right to second. Easy play for Jimenez, and he will throw out Shonowell, and the Angels have a quiet top of the 6th. The bottom of the inning is next with no score in Toronto on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
Vista Paint is proud to once again partner this season with your favorite team in red. And when it comes to the color red, Vista Paint's knowledgeable staff can partner you up with the exact color red or any color you're looking for. For over 60 years, when Southern California professional painters and homeowners want the most durable, premium, and sustainable paint, they choose Vista Paint. There's a Vista Paint location near you, ready to match you up with the most vibrant and inspiring colors under the sun. Vista Paint, where color, creativity, and chemistry meet.
Celebrate every win with Don Julio Reposado, our authentic barrel-aged tequila with smoky notes and a rich, smooth finish. Made with love from Mexico to Southern California. Salud.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the 4th quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
If you don't have gas in your home, but something doesn't smell good.
Ew, what's that smell?
If it smells like rotten eggs, there could be a leak in your neighborhood.
Now what do I do?
If you suspect a leak, move fast, call 911 and Southwest Gas.
From a safe location. But I don't have natural gas in my home.
Gas lines are buried all around, so even if you don't have gas.
I know, call 911 and Southwest Gas.
We go to the bottom of the 6th in what has turned out to be a good old-fashioned pitcher's duel tonight. Across the border on the 4th of July in Toronto. No runs, 1 hit, no errors for each club. And it has been difficult to get people on base in this ball game.
Yeah, the Angels are leading this game because they got a guy to second base.
Here's the pitch on its way. That's a pitch right in there for a called strike. Kyle Hendricks, first pitch strikes to batters tonight. 11 against the 16 he's faced. Here's the pitch, and that's a little bit outside. It misses for a ball.
Yeah, but again, both guys is pitching 101. Spot your fastball in the corners and then work off of it.
Next delivery on Wagner. Swings at this one. Lifts a high fly ball. This is carrying deep out into right field. It's going to bang off the wall in right center. And going into second base with a leadoff double is Wagner. So that ball was well hit when it left the bat. You kind of had to hold your breath a little bit. Ends up banging off the wall out there in right center.
Boy, and this is not a bad pitch at all. It's a sinker down and out of the strike zone off the outside part of the plate. Wagner goes down and gets it. And you could immediately see Joe Adell knew he was not going to catch up to it and plays the carom perfectly.
So here's the 9-hole hitter stepping up. Tyler Heineman, the catcher, drops down a bunt on the third base side. It was a good one, and the throws to first base. It's in time, but that sacrifice will move Wagner over to third, and he's there with 1 out. Represents the go-ahead run in this ball game, the first run for that matter in the game.
Perfect bunt right to the third baseman. You want that bunt to go to the third baseman. Shonowell was charging in, so was Rengifo. And the Blue Jays, they're a team that will bunt. That's their 19th sacrifice bunt this year.
So at the plate now is Jimenez, and the first pitch on him. He's taking it, and that one is a pitch that's in there for strike one. Mentioning the sack bunts for the Blue Jays, the Angels have had only 7 this season. There's a pitch that's low.
Yeah, and this is a game like this, just getting a guy to third base with less than 2 outs. Angels do bring the infield in. It's critical. And Neto still playing right up the middle.
Here's the pitch. And swinging and fouling that one off is Jimenez.
Jose Fermin getting loose now in the Angels bullpen.
It's bottom of the 6th inning. It's being brought to you by United Airlines.
Kyle Hendricks right at 74 pitches.
And here's the next one. That's a liner into left field. That's going to drop in and drive in the game's first run. Jimenez goes the opposite way with that single. And Toronto has a 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the 6th.
The leadoff double, that was a good pitch. That was down in a way that Wagner got and hit off the wall in center field. This one here is off the outside part of the plate. It's not a strike, but it is elevated. And if you think go the other direction, that becomes a lot easier pitch to be able to do exactly what Jimenez just did. And Angels out on the mound.
Barry Enright, the pitching coach, out there as they talk things over. The next batter will be George Springer, who's been a hot hitter.
And the entire infield involved in this conversation. Fans, get your Heritage-themed ticket package. Each package includes a custom jersey along with a ticket to the game. Get yours today at angels.com/heritage.
So the meeting wraps up. Andres Jimenez, who got that base hit there to score the game's first run. A player that was acquired in the offseason by Toronto from the Guardians. There's a pitch that's on the outside part of the plate. That's a called strike on Springer. Springer so far single and 2 times up. And there's a toss over to first. Runner dives back. Springer had their only hit in the game coming into this inning, but they've had 2, and it's produced the game's first run. There's a little check swing on that one. Fouls that pitch off. Backing out of play. 0-2 is the count on Springer.
Andres Jimenez at first base. 10 stolen bases this year. Been caught once.
Right-hander against right-hander. The 0-2. That's outside. It misses. Springer's in the 5th year of a 6-year deal with the Blue Jays. Left the Astros when he signed that deal. There's a pitch up and in on him. Moves him off the plate.
Really good pitch. Everything in this bat had been away. Comes up and in just to push him off the plate. Springer was diving towards that outside part.
Here's the next delivery. That's low and outside.
And with Fermin out in that Angels bullpen ready to go, this might be the last hitter for Kyle Hendricks here.
He's at 80 pitches for the game. Full count. Payoff delivery. Swings at it and fouls that one back. A couple of veteran players, each 35 years old, facing each other here.
Another really good pitch. Pitch before was a changeup down and off the outside part of the plate. He went right back in with the fastball in and tied up Springer.
Here comes the next delivery, and that's a base hit right up the middle. And headed for third base, and getting there will be Jimenez. He was hurt. Hobbling a little bit.
Yep. But he was limping all the way to third base. And he's got a smile on his face, and he's got his pants tucked into his cleats. And maybe that was the problem. He's not hurt.
Ray Montgomery's headed out to the mound. He has indicated that he is going to go to the bullpen. So the night is over for Kyle Hendricks. Pitched well. In fact, he retired the first 10 batters he faced tonight, but he will be lifted. Has no chance to pick up the victory. The Angels will be bringing in Jose Fermin. Breaking the action here in the bottom of the 6th. Toronto up 1-0 on Angels Radio. Also available on the Angels Radio app.
Starting a yard project soon? Before you dig, remember that utility lines might be just below the surface. The average shovel strike travels over 30 miles per hour with over 200 pounds of force, powerful enough to break underground utility lines, which homeowners could be responsible to pay for. Always call 811 before you dig to stay safe, avoid fines or outages. For more information, visit SoCalGas.com/811. SoCal Gas is responsible for marking natural gas pipelines up to the gas meter.
Angels fans, there are more ways this season to watch your Angels on FanDuel Sports Network. For the first time, you can subscribe directly to FanDuel Sports Network and stream the Angels without blackouts. Monthly, seasonal, and annual packages available. Also new this season, you can stream FanDuel Sports Network through Amazon Prime Video with an add-on subscription. As always, you can watch FanDuel Sports Network through TV providers, including DirecTV, Spectrum, Uverse, Fubo, and more. Visit angels.com/broadcast to learn more.
Have a craving for something sweet and salty? Then come see what's popping at Pops. At Pops Kettle Corn, we create mouth-watering, hand-popped goodness that is the perfect balance of salty and sweet. Enjoy a batch while watching your favorite team. You can find Pops Kettle Corn at various sweet shop locations throughout the concourse and a variety of flavors. Or visit us at our Tustin location and online at popskettlecorn.net. You'll be satisfied to the last crunch. That's the Pops guarantee. Pops Kettle Corn.
Join your Angels during select games throughout the season for our Heritage-themed ticket packages. Each ticket package purchased through angels.com/heritage includes a customized jersey along with a ticket to the game. Fans must purchase through angels.com/heritage to receive their special jersey.
New pitcher for the Angels is Jose Fermin, and the first pitch in there on Bichette. The runner who got to third base, Andres Jimenez, had to leave the ball game. We mentioned he was running gingerly to third base. So Jimenez is replaced over there at third base by Jimenez.
And no relations.
Yep. Leo Jimenez
taking over.
Yes.
And it looked originally that he was hurt, but he had a huge smile on his face when he got to third base. And then they did come out and check on him, and sure enough, he came out of the game limping.
Leo Jimenez will likely stay in the game at second, and there's another base hit. That's a liner into left field off the bat of Bichette. They will score another run on that one as that pinch runner comes in from third. And now it is 2-0 Toronto. And the Blue Jays have runners at the corners. They've had 4 hits in this inning from the 5 that have batted. And again, they had only 1 hit coming into this inning. It's 2-0 Blue Jays.
Yeah, this is a good slider down and away. Bo Bichette just able to get to it and flick it through that hole on the left side.
Barger is the batter now.
And really good hustle by George Springer going first to third.
First pitch, that's in there for a called strike. One out in the inning, and the pitch, and that one is a little bit low. Counts even. It's now 1-1. The call to the bullpen for the Blue Jays, presented by Coca-Cola, refreshment for the Halos. Here's the next pitch, and that's fouled back behind home by Barger. He's had an 0-for-2 night.
Good fastball by Fermin, 98 up and in.
Here's the delivery. This is tapped out towards second. Skips off the glove of Neto, and the Angels aren't going to get anyone out on that one, and a run scores. Neto is in his haste trying to turn that one into a double play, and it looked like a double play ball. But the ball skipped off his glove near the second base bag. He was going to try and touch the bag and fire to first, and the Angels don't get anyone out on that one. An error all the way, and now it is a 3-0 Toronto lead.
Yeah, takes his eyes off it at the last second. You're right. This is a double play to get out of this inning right here, and Neto right off the tip of his glove.
So the Blue Jays still with only 1 out. And the pitch, that's in there for a called strike. Runners at first and second. Barger will get a run batted in on that one. And there's a pitch that is taken, and that's going to even up the count. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, we talked about it. The way Toronto's been playing, the Angels needed to play clean baseball.
Yep.
And that has not happened here in this inning. And the lead's getting bigger, and they still have 2 more on base with no outs. Pitch missed on Schneider. It's now 2-1 on him. Last 4 batters have all reached base safely in this inning. There's a chase and a miss. And that was a good slider. That last run, which just scored on that error there by Neto, goes against Kyle Hendricks. So 3 of the runs, all 3 of them, and there's a line shot that's a foul ball. Rengifo went diving to try and make the catch on it, but it hit off his glove. That was a ball on a hop on that third base side.
Connor Brogdon begins to throw in the Angels bullpen.
Fermin is ready, and the next delivery, reaching at that one, grounding it to Neto. Throw to second, relay on to first. That's going to be a double play, and the inning is over. So the Angels do turn a twin killing in the inning, but it came a little bit later than needed. And we'll head to the 7th. Toronto up 3-0 on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
How about we get some pizza?
Nah.
Sushi?
No.
I thought you didn't care.
I don't.
Slow cooked.
How did they get in our car?
I don't know, but we're going to Del.
Del Taco's new slow-cooked pork carnitas. Authentic spices and salsa roja give it a rich, deep, melt-in-your-mouth flavor. Pork carnitas are here for a limited time, so get some tender, juicy Del Taco today.
Angels fans, New Era Cap is proud to be the official cap of your Los Angeles Angels. Be sure to stop by the team store at Angel Stadium to pick up your New Era Authentic Collection Angels cap today. Remember, you can always visit us at neweracap.com to shop our latest selections, including our limited editions and exclusive drops. New Era Cap, the official on-field cap of Major League Baseball.
Hey Angels fans, are you daydreaming of tropical beaches and world-class spas, culinary adventures, and cultural treasures? Then fly our 5-star airline partner EVA Air from Los Angeles to Taipei. Connect from there to most of the rest of Asia with just one stop. EVA is a Star Alliance member with flatbed seats in business, extra comforts in every cabin, and extraordinary service on board Boeing 777s. Whether you're traveling for business or fun, book an unforgettable trip to Asia at www.evaair.com.
Experience Angels baseball with the Friends and Family Fun Pack. For only $44, get 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, and 4 soft drinks. For more info regarding the Friends and Family Fun Pack, call 714-4ANGELS or visit angels.com/funpack.
Angels have some catching up to do in this game, down 3-0, and it looks like Eric Lauer is going to continue, and why not? He has checked the Angels on no runs, 1 hit through 6 innings in this ball game.
86 pitches to this point, and that ties a season high for him.
Mike Trout is the batter of the first pitch. He takes that one for a called strike, gave him a fastball at 91. Trout, part of the power of the lineup, presented by Just Ingredients, real food, better health.
Leo Jimenez does remain in the game at second base.
And here's the pitch, and that one is a little bit inside for a ball.
Does look like the Blue Jays are starting to get some action out in their bullpen.
Trout in this game, a walk and a strikeout. Takes that one a little bit low. Taylor Ward and Joe Adell will follow. The only Angel hit came back in the 5th inning by Adell, and it was a double. He was originally called out diving into second. The Angels challenged the call and won the challenge. So in a way, had that not happened, Lauer could be pitching a no-hitter in this game. Here's the pitch, and that is chopped on the left side. Lauer, the pitcher, fields and has no throw, and then kind of got his foot stuck in the turf there. It's going to be an infield single for Mike Trout. He's on to start the inning off.
When I was watching Trout, he was flying down that line. And now they're going to go out and check.
There was Lauer's left foot that kind of got twisted around a little bit trying to make the play on that slow bouncer off the bat of Trout on the third base side. Angels' second hit of the ball game. Ward will be the batter.
He reached down to try to barehand that ball, and everybody convinced that he's okay. Fans, join us for Throwback Week. The first 25,000 fans on Saturday, July 12th, will receive a long-sleeve shirt courtesy of Miller's Children's and Women's Hospital. Visit angels.com/promotions.
That'll be a week from tomorrow. Here's the pitch on its way. That's on the outside corner for a called strike. That next Angels homestand will begin next Monday. Texas in for 4, Arizona in next weekend. And that'll take the clubs into the All-Star break. There's a pitch that's high. This top of the 7th, Angels are down 3-0. It's being brought to you by Resorts World Las Vegas. Visit rwlasvegas.com to book your fabulous hotel stay. There's a pickoff toss to first. Trout is back. The City Connect uniforms that the Blue Jays are wearing, they kind of feature the skyline of downtown Toronto on the front of their jerseys. Here's a pitch on Ward. This is hit pretty well into left field. It's going to bang off the wall. Quickly getting the ball back in is Schneider. Boy, he couldn't have played that any better. And Trout, the lead runner, has to stop at second. And that is a real long single off the bat of Taylor Ward.
And we've seen Snyder make a couple of plays, and it on that base hit that Joe Adell got, that ball was down in the corner, and he got to it quickly. And in fact, his throw beat Joe Adell. Just the tag by Jimenez was on his nose instead of his hand, and that is going to do it for Lauer.
So he will be lifted. Leaves the game pitching shutout baseball. Joe Adell will be the next batter. We'll see who they bring in from the bullpen. Angels are down 3-0 batting in the 7th with 2 on and no outs. Runners at first and second. We get back on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
It's going on now. Toyota's Summer Drive Sales Event. Now's the time to hit the off-road with big savings on a new Tacoma or Tundra with their astounding torque. Time for a great deal on a fuel-efficient new Camry, Corolla, or Corolla Cross. Time to save and experience new adventures in a versatile RAV4. But don't wait. Toyota's Summer Drive Sales Event ends soon. We make it easy. Toyota. Let's go places.
Looking for a university that blends big opportunities with a close-knit community? Discover Chapman University. Located in the heart of Orange County, Chapman students don't just learn, they lead, create, and innovate. From day one, you'll have access to cutting-edge research, top-tier faculty, and real-world experience that sets you apart. Whether you're into science, business, arts, or a multitude of other areas, Chapman University helps you turn passion into purpose. Visit chapman.edu and see how far you can go.
A lot of life can happen between sips of Dasani. You know, the life moments, big and small, that are worth getting thirsty for. Like organizing a family movie night under the stars. Or hearing an old favorite song and having an impromptu dance party. Or finding a new dinner recipe that the whole family loves. The crisp, clean taste of Dasani was made for all of life's thirst-worthy moments. Dasani, because life happens between sips.
Get a piece of Angels history when you visit angels.com/auctions, the official source for game-used Angels memorabilia. Bid on exclusive items like hats, baseballs, jerseys, and more by visiting angels.com/auctions today.
New pitcher for the Blue Jays is Nick Sandlin. And he is a right-hander. Joe Adell is the batter, and the first pitch on Adell, he was taking that one for ball one. It's 1 ball, no strikes. Game 17 of the year for Sandlin. ERA is very good, 1.98. And here's the next pitch, and that is a foul tip. 1-1 is the count. Call to the bullpen for the Blue Jays, brought to you by Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. 2 on. Tying run at the plate. And here's the pitch. And here's Adell swinging at a pitch, and he lifts a high drive that's hit well out into left center. And that ball is out of here. Joe Adell has homered. That's his 19th of the season. And with that swing of the bat, this game is all tied up. It's now 3-3.
Joe Adell has been having just huge hits. And now that 14-game hit streak, which he got the hit back in that third inning, and that was now made it a 15-game hit streak. But this one here, it's a fastball in the middle of the plate. Joe Adell unleashes on it. And just like that, that crowd that has been into it goes quiet immediately.
So the batter will be O'Hoppe. And here's the pitch, and he pops that one up foul back behind the plate. So neither team was able to score through the first 5 innings of this ball game. Angels failed to score in the top of the 6th. Blue Jays got 3 in the bottom of the 6th, and now the Angels with 3 in the top of the 7th. Here's the pitch, and that's high. 1 ball, 1 strike, the count. Adell has had 13 homers in his last 31 games. And here's the delivery, and O'Hoppe fouls another one back in the air, back behind the plate, out of play.
And for Joe Adell, now the 15-game hit streak, 6 home runs and 16 RBIs in those 15 games.
He's just 1 homer shy of his total number of home runs a year ago, and we're not even at the All-Star break. There's a pitch there. O'Hoppe was checking on that one. They say he was holding. Let's pause for station identification on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
AM 830 KLAA, Orange County, Los Angeles, and Inland Empire.
Terry Smith along with Mark Langston. Our producer-engineer is Jorge Sevilla. Here's O'Hoppe popping one up on the third base side. Foul territory, getting twisted around, but making the catch over there is Clement. He had some trouble with that one, and the ball ended up kind of just pushing back across the foul line into fair territory the way he caught it. And that is going to be the first out here in the inning.
Yeah, he threw his hands out to the side, and that is the universal sign where I don't know where this baseball is, and finally was able to locate it just in time.
Batter now is Rengifo. Luis has gone 0 for 2 so far in this game. 3-3 the score in the 7th. There's a chase and a miss for strike 1. Sandlin, who has given up the home run here that tied things up in this inning. The Adell homer, just the second homer he's allowed. This is his 17th appearance. Here's the pitch, and that's chopped foul by Rengifo on the first base side.
And Sandlin is not a hard thrower. He sidearm, and his main pitch is that big sweeping slider, and he threw Joe Adell a couple of those in that at-bat and then tried to get him with a fastball, and Joe Adell was all over it.
Here's the next pitch, and this is hit on a hop to second, stopped by Leo Jimenez. The throw is going to get Rengifo. That'll be the second out. As well as the 2 starters pitched in this ball game, neither one of them will figure in the decision tonight. And both of them giving up some runs after they ended up leaving the ball game as well. Runners left on base scoring. And the pitch. That's a pitch that misses.
Yeah, you're right. Both starters, Kyle Hendricks left, allowing just one run. And his other two guys that were on base come around to score.
And the same thing happens to Lauer.
And Lauer hadn't allowed any until they go to the bullpen.
And two of them come in. There's a pitch that's in there. Campero at the plate. 0 for 2. Time called by the home plate umpire, Jordan Baker.
Well, again, once again, what the Angels do best is hit the ball out of the ballpark. 128th home run this season, 4th most in the majors.
1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the next pitch. That's outside. Angels had a couple of homers in that wrap-up game against the Braves yesterday, and had 3 altogether in the 3 games of that series. There's a big cut and a miss by Campero. His helmet flew off his head. Counts 2 balls, 2 strikes on him. 2 outs, 3 in. 3-3 game here in the top of the 7th.
Yeah, he gets a changeup and just almost spins like a top in that batter's box.
Here's the next pitch, and he waves at that one. That pitch was way outside. A splitter struck him out, and that's how the inning will end. But the Angels fight back, score 3 on the 3-run homer by Adele. We're tied at 3 as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning stretch time at Rogers Center in Toronto on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. You see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Santa Fe models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Barbecue season is back. Hey, it's Ellen.
And this is Sarah Beth.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that zesty barbecue sauce. I love that it was a little sweet, a little tangy, and with the mac and cheese.
I feel like I tasted the brown sugar bacon first. It was the absolute best combination. Pro tip, 3 sandwiches are always better than 1.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and a Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
SDCCU's Stuff the Bus School Supply Drive is partnering with the Angels Baseball Foundation to collect donations online for students in need. Kids face many hardships. School supplies should not be one of them. Proceeds support the Angels Baseball Foundation's Back to School event. Help ensure these students start the school year like their peers. Federally insured by the NCUA. Donate at SDCCU branches or online at sdccu.com/donate.
Group tickets for 2025 are now on sale. Experience the excitement of Angels baseball with your group of 20 or more and get tickets starting at $11 per seat. Call 714-4ANGELS or visit angels.com/groups for more.
Angels will bring in lefty Brock Burke. He will be taking over and becomes the pitcher of record in this ball game. So he replaces Jose Fermin. Fermin worked 2/3 of an inning, gave up a hit, no runs, didn't walk or strike out anyone. First batter for the Blue Jays, Nathan Lucas, their center fielder. Lefty-lefty matchup, and the first pitch. Ball chopped on the right side, fielded there by the first baseman Stevens. His throw was a little bit high, but Chano will be able to keep his foot on the bag there. Had a reach up as the big wingspan over there at first base, and that's out number 1. 1 pitch, 1 away.
Fans, the 7th inning stretch is presented by JMG Security Systems.
Batter now will be Ernie Clement. He's popped out and flied out. The bottom of the 7th, it's brought to you tonight by StubHub. 3-3 ball game, bottom of the 7th. And the pitch, that's right in there for a called strike. Well, the Angels have been good all season long in close ball games, and they're involved in another one here tonight in Toronto. There's one that's fouled off out of play on the right side. Angels are 16-8 in games decided by 1 run. And as far as the Blue Jays, they are 13-10 in 1-run games. There's a pitch that's fouled off on the right side, backing out of play. Both teams have fared well in extra inning games. Angels have gone 6-2. Toronto, they've gone 5-3.
And the Blue Jays do have a good bullpen. Their bullpen was 11th in the majors coming in this game tonight. And we just don't know how many of them are actually available for this game tonight. Can they just really work their bullpen hard in that Yankee series?
We don't think Jeff Hoffman is available. And again, he's pitched in 4 of their last 5 games. And in those 4 games that he appeared in, he got a save in every one of them. Counts 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's Burke's next pitch, and that is a wave and a miss. And he got him on a changeup right there, struck him out. 2 up, 2 away. Not too many strikeouts for Angels pitching in this ball game. That's just the 3rd in the game. And with 2 outs, here's Wagner, who doubled last inning to start off the rally for Toronto.
Yeah, Kyle Hendricks is a pitch-to-contact guy, not a big strikeout pitcher.
There's a pitch that's up and in. In the 8th inning, when the Angels step up, again, we're tied at 3. It'll be Stevens, Neto, and Chonowell. Here's the pitch. Grounded on a hop right to third. Fielded there by Rengifo. And the throw is in plenty of time to get Wagner. And a quick, clean inning for Brock Burke. He sets him down 1-2-3 on 9 pitches. The 8th is next. 3-3 the score on Angels Radio. Also available on the Angels Radio app.
Sunny afternoons and baseball? That's a perfect match, just like Kettle One and cocktails. Kick back, soak up the action, and sip on an ice-cold Kettle One vodka cocktail. Kettle One, made to cocktail, and proud partner of Angels Baseball.
Hey, Angels fans. Looking for 100% MLB verified tickets? Then call off the search and head to StubHub. StubHub has been the leading ticket marketplace for buying and selling tickets for over 20 years. StubHub will get you where you want to be. Always stress-free, always guaranteed. StubHub, an official partner of the Los Angeles Angels.
There's never been a better time to find the Toyota that's just right for you at Toyota.com. You can explore our full lineup of vehicles, compare features side by side, search our available inventory, see our latest offers, find a dealer. You can even build, price, and accessorize your Toyota right online. So for your next Toyota car, truck, or SUV, just visit Toyota.com. We make it easy. Toyota, let's go places.
When your favorite ace is experiencing hip pain or stiffness, it's more than just a groin pull. Their body can't get comfortable, sit for long drives, and it especially makes it hard to throw a 95-mile-per-hour fastball. In cases of limited hip mobility, the Memorial Care Joint Replacement Center and Sports Medicine Center offers hip arthroscopy, a minimally invasive treatment that relieves hip pain and restores hip mobility to get you back to sports and high-level activities. Let Memorial Care help you pitch a perfect game.
Blue Jays will go to their bullpen once again. They bring in a left-hander, Brendan Little. And Little, as he gets ready to work, ERA is good, 2.27. He was with the Blue Jays last year, was in 49 games for them a year ago. ERA was 3.74, so he's doing even better this year. First batter for the Angels, it's going to be a pinch hitter, and Jorge Soler is going to bat for Chad Stevens. So Stevens leaves the game. He was playing second base. He was 0 for 2 tonight. And the first pitch on Lauer, that's a pitch there that misses for ball 1.
Knuckle curve and sinker for Little. Just those 2 pitches. Yeah, over his last 11 appearances, he's got an ERA of 4.63.
He's ready. Here's the pitch, and that's low and in. He's a former first-round pick of the Cubs back in 2017. And the Blue Jays got him from the Cubs back in the offseason following the 2023 season. Here's the pitch. That's in there for a called strike. We're in the top of the 8th. It's being presented by Nike. Angels have 3 runs, 4 hits. The Blue Jays have 3 runs on 5 hits. Here's the pitch. And that's taken for a called strike.
Well, the Angels' first run was scored last inning. In fact, Joe Adell provided 3 runs, but the first one was Mike Trout, who touched home plate, and the Angels' first run scored is presented by Del Taco.
Next delivery, that one bounces in for a ball.
And Joe Adell is making a really good case to be in the All-Star game next week. Well, 2 weeks, I should say, a week from Tuesday, I think, is the All-Star game in Atlanta.
And there's a pitch taken by Lauer, and he is out looking. That was the knuckle curveball. It froze him. And there's one away here in the Angels' 8th inning. Well, we'll find out on Sunday the reserves, and the Angels have to be represented, so we'll see how it plays out.
And we've been trying to figure out who the Angels representative could be. Yusei Kikuchi's been a guy that's been pitching so well last 2 months. Have been lights out. But Joe Adell, the surge that he's on right now, might get the nod.
First pitch on Neto he was taking, and that one missed for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. There's a pitch inside. 0 for 3 night for Neto. He'd like to make up for that error he committed in the bottom of the 6th inning on what looked to be an inning-ending double play ball. There's a chase and a miss. Count is 2 balls and 1 strike.
That brought in the 3rd run.
Here's the delivery. That's low. It misses inside. It's a 3-1 count on Neto. Shonowell waiting on deck. Three the score here in the 8th, and the next pitch. Neto is taking that one like a statue, and that pitch was in there at the knees for a called strike. Full count. The lefty's pitch, and that's way outside. Neto has a walk. Angels have a base runner. That walk is just the second one issued by Toronto pitching in this game. And Shonowell, who's flied out a couple times to center and also grounded out, will be the next batter. Here's the first pitch right in there for a called strike. Texas Rangers are playing in San Diego. That game's 2-2. They're in the bottom of the 9th inning. Astros have put a couple of runs on the board in the first inning at Dodger Stadium. They're up 2-0. Dodgers batting in the bottom of the 1st.
Throw over to first base. Neto this year, 14 stolen bases, been caught 7 times. And they are trying to get Neto to go feet first, try to protect that shoulder.
And there's a pickoff toss over to first base. That one gets away, and it lands in foul territory. It's finally retrieved, and Neto will easily move up to second base. That was not a good throw there by Little. Error on that one, allowing Neto the potential go-ahead runner to get into scoring position.
Yeah. Nothing Will Wagner could do on that one. Fans, join us for Throwback Week at the Big A. The first 25,000 fans on Friday, July 11th, will get a reversible bucket hat, courtesy of Yakult Probiotic Drink. Visit angels.com/promotions.
The Seattle Mariners shut out the Pittsburgh Pirates in Seattle today. The final there was 6-0. And coming up next hour, the A's and the Giants will square off in Sacramento.
It used to be called the Bay Bridge Series. Now that's got to be a pretty long bridge.
Yeah.
To get San Francisco over to Sacramento.
So the batter now, Shonowell, and he just fouled that one off. He was at the plate when the Aaron pickoff toss was thrown by Little. So the count's now no balls, 2 strikes.
And lefties have hit a little better than righties. Lefties 209, righties 173.
Next one on Shonowell, waves at it, and he went after that. Knuckle curve struck him out. That pitch was low and in the dirt. That's a big out for Brendan Little. And both of his outs in this inning have come on the strikeouts. The batter now will be Mike Trout.
Yeah, this is a really good pitch. This one is in the strike zone. By the time Shonowell goes after it, it is out of the strike zone.
So Little has faced 3 batters. The pitching coach is out there now to have a word with them.
Fans, catch your Angels on FanDuel Sports Network. Stream now at FanDuelSportsNetwork.com.
Pete Walker, their pitching coach, having a visit out to the mound. Ariel Rodriguez is the pitcher who's in the bullpen warming up for Toronto. We'll see what Trout can do. He's the batter. Been on base a pair of times in this ball game. A walk, a single. He's also struck out. A hit could give the Angels the lead. First one on Trout. Takes it low and inside. 1 ball, no strikes. Next delivery. That's outside, ball 2. Taylor Ward waiting on deck, and now I think they're going to put Trout on with first base open. That's what they're going to do.
Yeah, John Schneider holds up 4 fingers, putting Trout on to load the bases. Actually, first and second after that throw. And they are going to go to the bullpen.
So that will be it. Little will leave, and Rodriguez, who is warming up, will be coming in. We have a break in the action. When we get back, Angels still batting. We're in the 8th, and we're tied at 3. 2 outs. Angels will have runners at first and second. On Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
Are you ready for a home run of flavor and excitement? Look no further than OG Sports Brewhouse Pizza, the ultimate destination for sports fanatics and pizza enthusiasts alike. Whether you're a diehard baseball fan or just in it for the delicious food, OG's has got you covered. Catch the latest game on our big screens while devouring mouth-watering pizzas, legendary chicken wings, and ice-cold brews. Join us for a home run experience that you won't forget. It's the perfect spot to share unforgettable moments and cheer on your favorite team. OG Sports Brewhouse Pizza, where sports and great flavors collide.
Angels fans, are you daydreaming of tropical beaches and world-class spas, culinary adventures, and cultural treasures? Then fly our 5-star airline partner, EVA Air, from Los Angeles to Taipei. Connect from there to most of the rest of Asia with just one stop. EVA is a Star Alliance member with flatbed seats in business, extra comforts in every cabin, and extraordinary service on board Boeing 777s. Whether you're traveling for business or fun, book an unforgettable trip to Asia at www.evaair.com. And here's the pitch. Crack open Hampton Farms in-shell peanuts and the game is in your hands. The only peanuts with flavor roasted inside the shell. Peanuts are healthy, high protein, and fun to crack open and eat. You can enjoy Hampton Farms in shells at home or in the stadium. Check out our lineup: salted, spicy Cajun, unsalted, and MOB bags. Find us on the produce section of your local grocery store. Go nuts with Hampton Farms and go Angels.
Angel fans, tour the Big A. Options include game day tours, a behind-the-scenes tour while the team is on the road, school tours, and a VIP tour with access to pregame batting practice on the field. Select tours include an exclusive gift bag. Visit angels.com/tours for more.
New pitcher for Toronto is the right-hander, Yariel Rodriguez, Cuban native who pitched for 3 years in Japan. And he's ready to go here. The batter for the Angels is Taylor Ward. Runners on, first and second. And the first pitch, that one misses up and in for a ball. 2 outs in the inning, a 3-3 game.
Ward 0 for 2 in his career against Rodriguez. Angels looking to take the lead here.
Here's the next pitch, and he misses high with that one. Rodriguez last year was a starter for the Blue Jays. This year, all but one of his appearances in relief. There's a pitch that misses high, and now it's 3-0. A walk would load him up. Opponents are hitting just 174 against Rodriguez this season. And here comes the 3-0 right down the middle for a called strike.
Yeah, I feel like you're going to get another one if you're Taylor Ward. Be ready to pull the trigger. Taylor Ward singled his last at bat off the left field wall.
3-1. That's low. He draws a walk. So you look at how the Angels have loaded the bases here in this inning. They have done it with 3 walks. And now Joe Adell, who's had a very good ball game already. It could get a lot better in this at-bat coming up against Rodriguez. Adell has doubled and hit a 3-run homer. He hit the home run last inning to tie the game up.
Joe Adell's had 1 at-bat against Rodriguez, 0 for 1.
Here's the pitch, and he takes right down the middle for a called strike. That was a slider. Right-hander against right-hander. Next one on Adell. That's in there on the outside corner. And Adell is quickly in the hole, 0-2.
Yeah, first slider was right in the middle of the plate. Adell takes it. Second one painted on that corner.
Big moment in this ball game for the Angels. Tied at 3, bases loaded, 2 outs, the 0-2, and it's low. He lays off that pitch.
Rodriguez just standing on that back leg, trying to disrupt the timing of Adell.
Lead runner at third is Neto on the pitch, and there's a swing and a miss. He struck him out, and that's how the inning will end. That was a weird inning right there. Angels sent 6 to the plate, 3 walked, 3 struck out, and 3 left on base. We're headed to the bottom of the 8th. Tied at 3 on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
Angels fans, there are more ways this season to watch your Angels on FanDuel Sports Network. For the first time, you can subscribe directly to FanDuel Sports Network and stream the Angels without blackouts. Monthly, seasonal, and annual packages available. Also new this season, you can stream FanDuel Sports Network through Amazon Prime Video with an add-on subscription. As always, you can watch FanDuel Sports Network through TV providers, including DirecTV, Spectrum, Uverse, Fubo, and more. Visit angels.com/broadcast to learn more.
Puka, Bella, I'm sure you've noticed some changes.
Who are you talking to?
I'm just practicing for when I have to tell the dogs about the twins. You know, because
Be fine in the spacious third row seat.
But the twins...
Can sleep peacefully thanks to the rear manual sunshade.
And what about the...
Extra cargo space for strollers and dog beds?
I guess you're right.
Can we go to the hospital now? The contractions are getting closer.
The 3-row Lexus TX. Because everyone should feel like the center of the universe. See your Southern California Lexus dealer.
Managing your well-being through a mobile app can be a hit right when you need it most. There are many apps that put resources at your fingertips. Clutch tools like breathing techniques, meditation, and well-being activities, and listening to music to help you get back into the swing of things. There are apps designed specifically for children, teens, and adults. Visit the Mindfulness Apps tab at angels.ocnavigator.org for more information. The OC Navigator is brought to you by the OC Healthcare Agency.
Register your little angel for the 2025 Junior Angels Kids Club presented by OC Waste and Recycling. Members receive 4 ticket vouchers, a Zach Netto headband, and more for only $20. Visit angels.com/Junior Angels for more.
Angels will bring in a reliever, and it's the lefty Reed Detmers. He takes over for the left-hander Brock Burke, who worked last inning. Burke retired 3 in a row with a strikeout, and now Detmers becomes the pitcher of record in this game as we get ready for the bottom of the 8th. Also, the Angels have Kevin Newman now playing second base. Angels had to bring in someone to take over for Chad Stevens, who was lifted for the pinch hitter Soler in the top of the 8th. First pitch here in the bottom of the 8th. First pitch curveball misses on the leadoff batter in the inning for Toronto. Their 9-hole hitter, the catcher Tyler Heineman. Here's the next delivery. That's right in there for a called strike.
Reed Detmers has been so good out of the Angels bullpen, has not allowed a earned run in his last 19 appearances.
Here's the pitch, and swinging is Heineman at that fastball. He fouls that one back out of play. Here's the pitch, and that one, did he go after it? Yes, he did on the appeal. The first base umpire, Dan Merzel, rings up Heineman, and that's out number 1.
This is filthy. 97 the pitch before, and he just buries this slider down, and Heineman tries to check that swing, could not do it.
Detmers pitched in the opening game of the Braves series on this road trip on Tuesday, and he had a scoreless inning in that ball game. Batter is Leo Jimenez. This is his first time up since he took over at second base. And here's the pitch. That's high. Two balls and no strikes to count. And the next delivery, that's right in there for a called strike. Here comes the pitch, and that's a chase and a miss. So the count's even. It's now 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, good slider there. Reed Detmer, since he's gone to the Angels bullpen, and it's been on that roll. We've seen him touch 99.
Here's the delivery, and that one is low. Leo Jimenez was recalled from the minors from AAA Buffalo 3 days ago. Here's the pitch, and he chops this one to Rengifo. This should be an easy play. He'll throw him out at first base. 2 are gone. George Springer will be the next batter. This bottom of the 8th inning, it's being presented by Farmers and Merchants Bank. Springer stepping up to the plate.
Yep, he's faced Detmers 7 times. Detmers has struck him out 5 of the 7 times. 0 for 7.
3-3 ball game here in the bottom of the 8th inning, and the pitch. That's a curveball, missed a little bit high. 1 ball, no strikes. Angels have never led in this game. And the Angels trying to get over the 500 mark with a win in this ball game, as that one is fouled back out of play.
Yeah, Angels down 3-0. Joe Adell, 3-run home run in the 7th. Ties this game.
Here's the next delivery. That one is low. When these two teams met back in early May, the Angels took 2 out of 3 against the Blue Jays. But Toronto right now is hot as any team in baseball. The Angels trying to knock them off tonight in the opener of this series. The pitch, and Springer swings and fouls that one back behind the plate.
The Angels were swept in 4 games in Toronto last year.
It'll be O'Hoppe, Rengifo, and Campero when we get to the 9th. Here's the next pitch on Springer. Swings at that one, fouls it off again, out of play.
Fastball there at 98. Springer late getting to it. See if he buries that slider on him right here.
Here's the 2-2, and it's a fastball. It's high. It's a full count.
Detmers with 2 different colored shoes on today. 1 red, 1 blue.
Yeah, and there's some white on each of them as well. So he's got the patriotic look out there.
And O'Hoppe behind the plate's got a red, white, and blue chest protector on, blue shin guards, blue face mask.
Here comes the 3-2 once again. It's hit sharply but foul over on the left side.
Talked about it at the beginning of the game. George Springer, nobody hotter probably in the game of baseball than Springer. Coming in this game, last 13 games, a .488 average, 5 home runs and 19 RBIs.
2 more hits tonight. There's a pitch there. Did he go after that one? He did. Struck him out on that 3-2 delivery, and the inning is over. So Detmers takes care of business here in the bottom of the 8th. He retires all 3 in a row with a pair of strikeouts. We're headed to the 9th inning. This game is up for grabs. 3-3 the score on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
Celebrate every win with Don Julio Reposado, our authentic barrel-aged tequila with smoky notes and a rich, smooth finish. Made it with love from Mexico to Southern California. Salud.
The All-Star break is in sight, and that can only mean one thing. 2025 Topps Baseball Series 2 is here. Series 2 has something for every baseball fan, showcasing this season's most exciting rookies and iconic moments from the game's greatest legends. 2025 Topps Baseball Series 2 is also packed with exclusive game-use memorabilia and autographs from the league's biggest stars. Get to your local hobby shop or Topps.com to build your collection today.
Angels fans, you don't want to miss Howard's explosive deals this 4th of July. Buy 2 or more Whirlpool appliances and we pay your sales tax. Plus, when you visit your local Howard store, you can enter to win the best seats in the house at an Angels baseball game. At Howard's, we have the best prices on leading brands like Whirlpool, LG, Frigidaire, Speed Queen, and GE. These explosive deals won't last, so hurry into any one of our SoCal showrooms or visit howards.com today.
Hey, it's your friend Roger Lodge, and I know there's a lot of personal injury firms out there, but Easton & Easton will fight for you. Their family of personal injury attorneys know how to maximize your recovery and get you the best results possible, because results matter. Whenever an accident occurs, Easton & Easton has you covered. Calling them is key for success to ensure you get the highest compensation for your injuries. Go to EastonLawOffices.com. Easton & Easton, let their family help yours.
Logan O'Hoppe will be the batter. We head to the 9th inning in a 3-3 ball game. O'Hoppe's gone 0 for 3, and it's still Rodriguez pitching. He came in last inning and got the final out as he struck out Joe Adell with the bases loaded. Kept the Angels off the scoreboard in the inning. First pitch of ball. Here's the next one, and that's right in there for a called strike.
So a lot of sliders from Rodriguez last inning.
1-1 is the count. Here's the next pitch, and that's a wild pitch. It went all the way back to the backstop in midair. 2-1. Angels with 3 runs, 4 hits. The Blue Jays with 3 runs on 5 hits, each team with an error. And here's the next pitch. O'Hoppe grounds one sharply. It skips off the glove, though, of Clement, and then picking the ball up is Bichette, but he has no throw. That's a single all the way for O'Hoppe to get the 9th inning underway.
This ball is hit hard. 103 off the bat to the left of Clement. He gets a glove on it, and it just pops out of his glove and rolls right to Bo Bichette. He saves a double there.
Rengifo, the batter, they think he might be bunting. We'll see. He's not. He goes after it and fouls it off.
You mentioned it earlier. Angels with just 7 bunts this year. Blue Jays with 19 sacrifice bunts, and their sacrifice bunt earlier in this game for the Blue Jays was a big one. That set everything up in that 6th inning.
And here's the pitch on its way. That's fouled off on the left side. There was a time when if you were in the bottom part of the batting order, you were expected to be able to bunt.
Yep. And Rengifo's got a sacrifice bunt this year.
Yep.
Rengifo's a pretty good bunter, but he's not going to bunt now.
2 strikes on him. Rengifo 0 for 3 tonight. Came into the game, hits in 6 of his last 7 games. The pitch, and he breaks his bat and chops it to second. This could be 2. Flip to second, relay to first. Rengifo really hustling, avoids being doubled up. He was moving up that first base side to avoid being a double play guy at first base.
I think it helps. It breaks his bat, so this takes the sting out of that baseball. And you're right, Rengifo flying down that line to beat the return throw.
So fielder's choice. They get the out on O'Hoppe at second base. Goes 4-6. Batter now will be Campero. See if Rengifo might be creating some action over there at first base now. Not going, and the pitch, and that one gets a piece of Campero. He's hit by the pitch. Well, last inning, the Angels got gift base runners. In fact, 3 walks in the inning, but did not take advantage of it. There's another gift right there, and now that puts the runner in scoring position at second.
Yeah, and the hustle of Rengifo now puts him in scoring position.
Right. Kevin Newman is the batter. This will be his first time up. He's hitting .205. Base hit here could give the Angels the lead in the ninth. It's a 3-3 game. The pitch, he takes outside the top of the ninth inning. It's being brought to you by the Vita Coco Company. Newman, the third batter to hit out of the 9-hole in this game, and he takes that pitch inside. 2 balls, 1 strike. Only 1 out in the inning, and here's the pitch. And this is a ground ball to short. This looks like 2. Flip to second, relay to first. It is, and that's how the inning will end. So the Angels had some runners on in the 9th inning, failed to capitalize, and will head to the bottom of the 9th. Angels will be hoping to hold on and get it to extras. It's 3-3 in Toronto on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
Brewery X proudly invites you to our newest Brewery X, located at the Ontario International Airport inside Terminal 2. No ticket? No problem. Guests are encouraged to utilize the free Ontario Plus program that allows you to gain access to the terminal side in less than 30 seconds. Serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner with 24 Brewery X brands on tap, Brewery X ONT is ecstatic to be part of the community as we continue to cross paths and come together over beer.
Attention pro contractors and builders. Whether you're on site or in the office keeping track of orders and billing, your focus should be on doing your job well, not wasting time with guesswork or the stress of managing your business. Meet MyFBM, your newest digital tool from your partners at Foundation Building Materials. It's your go-to for tracking deliveries, managing orders, and controlling job spend all in one place. It's time to change the way you do business. Visit myfbm.com and register your company today. myfbm.com. That's myfbm.com.
Attention Angels fans, get ready to level up your game day experience. Bandai Namco has teamed up with Angels Baseball to bring you the Level Up Arcade in the right field pavilion at Angel Stadium. Step into an interactive arcade with classic video games, including the legendary Pac-Man. Win a high score, snap photos, and make memories that last. Plus, discover Gashapon, a super hot capsule toy brand sold exclusively through vending machines. Whether you're a fan of the latest anime, popular game characters, or simply adore all things cute, we offer collectibles that delight fans of all ages. Don't miss out. See you at Level Up by Bandai Namco in Angel Stadium's right field pavilion. Let's play ball.
Hey, Halo fans, join us for this season of Angels Baseball. For more information on upcoming games, including exciting matchups, giveaways, and more, visit angels.com/tickets.
We go to the bottom of the 9th inning. The Angels have brought in the closer, Kenley Jansen, to try and get this game to the 10th inning. So Jansen becomes the pitcher of record. He takes over for Reed Detmers. Detmers had a 1-2-3 bottom of the 8th with a pair of strikeouts. And Bo Bichette is the batter. First pitch, swing and a miss for strike 1.
Score tied at 3 here in the bottom of the 9th inning. This score update is presented by OC Navigator. Visit ocnavigator.org for mental health resources.
Jansen set, and the pitch. That is at the knees for a called strike, and he's quickly jumped in front. It's now 0-2. This is game 34 for Jansen, a 1-2 record. 15 saves, ERA 3.94. Next pitch, that's a little bit low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bichette has an RBI single. He got that his last time up. That was in the bottom of the 6th inning. And that drove in their second run. Here's the 1-2. And there's a swing and a miss. He struck him out. 1 away to start off the bottom of the 9th. Angels pitching tonight has really been good. The Angels have not walked a single batter and have struck out 6 along the way, and have checked the Blue Jays on just the 5 hits and 3 runs.
And that backswing from Bo Bichette ends up catching the glove of O'Hoppe.
Here's the pitch. Barger is the batter. He goes after the first one and fouls off that cutter out of play. Here's Jansen's next pitch on Barger. And this is hit in the air on the left side of the infield, and running hard to make the catch on the infield turf is Rengifo. He was kind of in the shortstop area, and he had to run towards the line to make the grab on that. Had a long run. That's out number 2.
Pinch hitter for the Blue Jays, Alejandro Kirk. It's going to pinch hit.
He did not see action until this point in the ball game. He's their regular catcher. He's hitting .305. O'Hoppe out there to talk to Jansen.
Alejandro Kirk 1 for 1 in his career against Kenley.
Kirk is 5'8", 240 pounds.
He can hit. He's back this year. Was an All-Star 2 years ago.
He's hit 7 homers this season. So we'll see if Jansen can get the final out here against Kirk and get this game into extra innings. Here's the pitch. And that's low and inside. Game 2 of this series will be a day game tomorrow. That'll be Jack Kohanowitz against Max Scherzer. Scherzer has not had a decision this year. He's been on the injured list this season, and there's a pitch that's right in there for a called strike. Counts now 1-1. When Scherzer faces the Angels tomorrow afternoon, it'll be just his 4th start of the year. Here's the next pitch. That's high. Counts 2 balls and a strike. We're in the bottom of the 9th, 3-3 the score. Bottom of the 9th inning presented by Bullet Frontier Whiskey. Jansen's next pitch, and he's high again. 3-1 is the count on Alejandro Kirk. Kirk is a guy who normally makes contact. He'll take a walk, and he takes that one. That was in there, inside part of the plate. That runs the count full.
Alejandro Kirk from Tijuana, Mexico.
"26 years old, the Blue Jays catcher pinch hitting here. Here's the next pitch. Swings at that one and fouls it off. That was a cutter at 96 miles per hour. If we get to the 10th inning, the Angels will have Neto, Shonowell, and Trout scheduled. 2 outs, no one on. 3-3, bottom of the 9th. Payoff delivery, and Kirk goes after that one and fouls it off. So he stays alive. And he's a guy that can foul pitches off.
Yeah. Short, compact swing.
Contact hitter at the plate. Here's another one, the 3-2, and that one is chased and missed. He struck him out, a cutter at 95, and Jansen sets him down 1-2-3 with a pair of strikeouts. So we'll head to the 10th inning, 3-3 on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
Heads up, OC. SDCCU has your tickets to Angels baseball. Open a free checking with e-statements account at one of SDCCU's Orange or Riverside County locations and get a voucher for a free pair of tickets to an Angels game and get access to 30,000 surcharge-free ATMs. That's more than most big banks. SDCCU is not big bank banking, it's better while supplies last. Federally insured by the NCUA. Offer valid through September 17, 2025. For details, visit sdccu.com/angels.
In 1925, Modelo began brewing beer for those who believe in better. A model beer, steeped in the tradition of tireless effort. A rich, Pilsner-style lager for those who wear their heart and heritage in their rolled-up sleeve. Since our first batch 94 years ago, to every bottle raised today, we've proved that it doesn't matter where you come from. It matters what you're made of. Modelo Especial, brewed for those with a fighting spirit. Drink responsibly. Imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Looking for a university that blends big opportunities with a close-knit community? Discover Chapman University. Located in the heart of Orange County, Chapman students don't just learn, they lead, create, and innovate. From day one, you'll have access to cutting-edge research, top-tier faculty, and real-world experience that sets you apart. Whether you're into science, business, arts, or a multitude of other areas, Chapman University helps you turn passion into purpose. Visit chapman.edu and see how far you can go.
Angel fans, get 2 tickets and $20 in food and beverage credit with the Let's Eat bundle. Visit angels.com/Let's Eat to pick your game and get 2 tickets plus $20 for food. Purchase your bundle at angels.com/Let's Eat.
Some things going on as we get ready to go to extra innings. There's a new pitcher, Chad Green. Nathan Lucas, who was in center field, moves over to left. Kirk pinched hit for Schneider, the left fielder, and Miles Straw is the new center fielder. So the batter for the Angels is Neto. Newman is the runner placed at second, and the first pitch that's fouled back behind the plate. Neto's been quiet tonight, 0 for 3 with a walk. And he's just 3 for his last 21. Here's the next pitch. That's outside. Chad Green, 3.89 earned run average. The right-hander, 34 years old.
One thing, Chad Green's allowed 10 home runs this year.
Here's the pitch, and that's nowhere close. That's way outside. Angels have had success in extra inning games, 6-2, and the Blue Jays this season have had some success in extra inning games. They are 5-3. Here's the pitch. That's low. It misses for a ball. Angels are 4-0 in extra inning road games.
I like it.
And here's the pitch. And that is a swing and a miss. And Neto has the count run full.
Good slider, 3-1 slider on that outside part of the plate. Neto goes after it. Well, this at bat, you want to put it in play to the right side. Be able to move Newman to third base here.
There's a pickoff toss, and Newman goes diving back to the bag at second. Full count, 3 balls, 2 strikes on Zach Neto. Base hit here could mean a run. Here's the pitch, and Neto hits that one sharply, and boy, that was caught by the third baseman, Clement. I don't know that Neto could have hit it a whole lot harder. That was 100 miles per hour to the hot corner, and the third baseman gloves that one, and luckily Newman got back there to second base, and Clement jumped up. He had a jumped to catch that one.
Yep, timed it perfectly and immediately looks to second base to see where Newman is. Newman read it perfectly.
One out, and at the plate is Shonewell, and that pitch comes in and hits him. And then after that, the ball got a piece of the catcher, Heineman, as well. But hit by the pitch is Shonewell. He will go to first base. He appears to be okay. And Mike Trout will be the next batter.
Yeah, it looks like it gets him right off the tip of that elbow guard. Yep.
And then it hit the catcher on his left arm as well.
Mike Trout with an opportunity right here. Game tied at 3 here in the 10th.
Second time an Angel batter has been hit by a pitch in the last 2 innings. Campero was hit in the 9th. So here's Trout. He's been on base 3 times in this game, and here's the pitch. First one right in there for a called strike.
Chad Green, four-seam fastball slider.
Trout has 2 walks, a single, and he's also been called out on strikes. One of the walks was an intentional walk, and that was in the 8th. There's a pickoff toss again to second, and Newman diving back to the bag safely.
Yeah, that's a timing play. Chad Green looking home. Heineman drops his glove, and they fire to second base. Newman reads it perfectly.
See if Trout can come through here in the 10th inning, and the pitch way high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Chad Green is in the second year of a 3-year deal with the Blue Jays. He did some closing for them last year, had 17 saves last year. Here's the pitch. Trout takes that one. Boy, that was a close one to take. And count goes Trout's way. The count's 2-1.
Trout 1 for 3 in his career against Chad Green.
Runners at first and second. The pitch. Trout swings at this one, and he pops one into shallow right center. The second baseman goes back, makes the catch on that one, Jimenez, and Trout is an easy out.
Gets a slider off that outside part of the plate, right off the end of the bat.
So now the Angels need a 2-out hit from Taylor Ward. He's had a single and a walk in this game. There have been just 10 hits total in the game. We're in the 10th inning. Each team 5 hits and 3 runs. Here is Ward at the plate. The pitch. Swings at it, fouls it straight back behind home. It's going to be interesting to see what the Angels do in the bottom of the 10th inning, because Kenley Jansen has just been a 1-inning pitcher.
Yep.
Here's the next delivery, and that's line foul on the right side, and now the count's 0-2 on Taylor Ward. Ward awaits the next pitch. Here it comes, and he got him swinging, struck him out, a fastball, and that is how the inning will end. Angels have been leaving runners on base here the last 3 innings, stranding 6 in the last 3 innings and failing to score in any of those 3 innings. We'll head to the bottom of the 10th. It's a 3-3 game on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
We all have difficult times and face challenges. You are not alone. There are things you can incorporate in your daily life to support your mental wellness. Make sure you get enough rest and set a positive mindset for the day ahead. Grab a friend. Take some time to get outdoors to breathe in fresh air. End your day by jotting down 3 positive things that went well for you. For more resources on ways to navigate your mental wellness, visit angels.ocnavigator.org. The OC Navigator is brought to you by the OC Healthcare Agency.
Barbecue season is back. Hey, it's Ellen. And this is Sarah Beth. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that zesty barbecue sauce. I love that it was a little sweet, a little tangy, and with the mac and cheese,
I feel like I tasted the brown sugar bacon first. It was the absolute best combination. Pro tip, 3 sandwiches are always better than 1.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and a Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Hey, Angels fans, ready to hit your fitness goals out the park? At UFC Gym, you don't have to be a pro athlete to train like one. Classes like HIIT, boxing, kickboxing, and strength training. There's something for every level, all in a high-energy, team-driven environment. So whether you're chasing more power, more endurance, or just more you time, UFC Gym has your back. Step up to the plate. Visit UFCGym.com. That's UFCGym.com. And start your fitness journey today.
Join your Angels for Family Sunday every Sunday home game through July the 27th. Visit the Gate 5 Courtyard for fun activities and stay for Kids Run the Bases. For a full list of Family Sundays presented by Yakult Probiotic Drink, visit angels.com/promotions.
New pitcher for the Angels. And the 6th one of this ball game is Sam Bachman. This is his 9th game, 1-1 record, ERA 2.00. Miles Straw is the base runner that's placed at second as the Blue Jays get ready to bat here in the bottom of the 10th.
Nathan Lucas at the plate. He's got 4 sacrifice bunts.
And he was showing bunt and takes the first pitch. It was inside, 1 ball, no strikes. Yeah, he is tied for 4th in the American League in sac bunts.
Shonewell in at first base. He's crashing hard. Brent Heafel trying to hold his ground.
And there's a pitch that's way low and inside. Those first 2 pitches were impossible to try and drop a bunt down on. And one player we haven't seen yet for Toronto, and just saw Don Mattingly, their bench coach, talking to him, was Vladdy Guerrero Jr. He could be utilized here in this inning, possibly. The pitch, that's low again. That almost got Lucas on the foot, and he's been around to try to bunt all 3 of these. They just have been nowhere close.
They just overcrank these fastballs.
Lucas has had an 0 for 3 night at the plate. Bachman is ready, looks at second, checks the runner's Straw. Here's the pitch, and that's ball 4. He was around to bunt again, but the walk puts runners at first and second. Ernie Clement will be the next batter, and it looks like Vladdy Guerrero Jr. has moved out into the on-deck circle, so he will apparently be batting for Will Wagner.
And Ernie Clement is one of their hotter hitters, but he also has 3 sacrifice bunts also. Barry Enright out there to talk strategy of what they want to do and what they're going to expect here. And you know Ernie Clement is going to try to bunt them. And the Angels will probably immediately walk Vladdy Jr. if he is successful with the bunt. That being said, the last 13 games, 306 average for Clement, 6 RBIs. The month of June, 354 for Ernie Clement.
So the discussion is over out at the mound. Yeah, Clement came into this game. We were talking about him earlier tonight, 8th in batting average, and he entered the game. He wasn't even hitting 300.
Yep, Shonewell already crashing.
He's around the bunt, drops one down to the left of the mound. Tough play for Bachman. Makes a bad throw, and the ball goes sailing into the outfield, and that is how the ball game is going to end. Clement dropped down the bunt. The throw from Bachman was way offline over at first base. Has no chance for Shonewell to come up with it, and it turns out to be a walk-off victory for Toronto, their 6th of the season, and they will keep their winning streak alive as they win the opening game of this series and win their 6th game in a row overall. The final score, 4-3 Toronto. Game ends in the 10th inning And we will have Angels recap when we get back on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
Attention Angels fans, get ready to level up your game day experience. Bandai Namco has teamed up with Angels Baseball to bring you the Level Up Arcade in the right field pavilion at Angel Stadium. Step into an interactive arcade with classic video games, including the legendary Pac-Man. Win a high score, snap photos, and make memories that last. Plus, discover Gashapon, a super hot capsule toy brand sold exclusively through vending machines. Whether you're a fan of the latest anime, popular game characters, or simply adore all things cute, we offer collectibles that delight fans of all ages. Don't miss out. See you at Level Up by Bandai Namco in Angel Stadium's right field pavilion. Let's play ball.
Hey, it's your friend Roger Lodge, and I know there's a lot of personal injury firms out there, but Easton & Easton will fight for you. Their family of personal injury attorneys know how to maximize your recovery and get you the best results possible, because results matter. Whenever an accident occurs, Easton & Easton has you covered. Calling them is key for success to ensure you get the highest compensation for your injuries. Go to EastonLawOffices.com. Easton & Easton, let their family help yours.
The All-Star break is in sight, and that can only mean one thing. 2025 Topps Baseball Series 2 is here. Series 2 has something for every baseball fan, showcasing this season's most exciting rookies and iconic moments from the game's greatest legends. 2025 Topps Baseball Series 2 is also packed with exclusive game-use memorabilia and autographs from the league's biggest stars. Get to your local hobby shop or Topps.com to build your collection today.
Celebrate Angels shortstop Zach Neto with his first ever bobblehead on Friday, July the 25th, when the Angels take on the Mariners. The first 25,000 fans will take home a Zach Neto bobblehead, courtesy of angels.ocnavigator.org. Visit angels.com/promotions for more.
Broadcasting live from the AM 830 studio, this is Angels Recap. With a recap of the game, a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, and a quick preview of the next Angels game.
Well, tough loss for the Angels to open up the series in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. The Blue Jays win it. They get the winning run. It comes in the bottom of the 10th. So let's give you the totals for this ball game. 4 runs on 6 hits, 1 error, 4 left for Toronto. The Angels had 3 runs on 5 hits, 2 errors, and the Angels end up leaving 8. The winning pitcher ends up being Chad Green, and with Green picking up the victory out of the bullpen, his record now goes to 3-2. The losing pitcher for the Angels was Sam Bachman, and Bachman's record now for the season, Sam Bachman's record is now 1-2. We're still awaiting the time of the game for the ball game. The attendance was 30,119. And the time of the game, we're told, 3 hours and 4 minutes. We'll have the Jersey Mike sub player of the game when we get back. We'll also have some of the totals in a wrap for you, some of the play-by-play highlights of this ball game. Angels drop it in 10 innings, 4-3. This is Angels Recap on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
Angel fans, purchase a Harry Potter themed ticket package to enjoy the magic of Harry Potter at Angel Stadium on Tuesday, July the 29th. Whether you belong to Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin, you can enjoy a Hogwarts house t-shirt and a seat to the game with your purchase of a Harry Potter themed ticket package. Visit angels.com/Harry Potter to get your seats today.
Angels fans, New Era Cap is proud to be the official cap of your Los Angeles Angels. Be sure to stop by the team store at Angel Stadium to pick up your New Era Authentic Collection Angels cap today. Remember, you can always visit us at neweracap.com to shop our latest selections, including our limited editions and exclusive drops. New Era Cap, the official on-field cap of Major League Baseball.
Toronto wins it by the final of 4-3 in 10 innings. Our star of the game, it's presented by Jersey Mike Subs, and we're going to give it to Ernie Clement, who dropped down that bunt in the bottom of the 10th inning. It was a good bunt to the left of the mound. Sam Bachman had a hustle off the mound, fielded the ball cleanly, but the throw was errant, and it allowed what turned out to be the winning run in the ball game to score. They ended up scoring that a bunt single for Clement, and also the throwing error on Bachman. Time now for the Angels Morongo Halo highlights. They're brought to you by Morongo Casino Resort and Spa, less than 90 minutes from wherever you are. When we got underway, the Angels went with Kyle Hendricks tonight, and Kyle Hendricks ended up pitching some solid baseball, did not figure in the decision. In fact, he started off the game retiring the first 10 in a row. After that, the Angels used Fermin, Burke, Detmers, Jansen, and Bachman out of the bullpen. A lot of pitchers used tonight by the Angels, as 5 came in from the bullpen. And again, this was a ball game where not much offense at all. A total of 11 hits in the ball game, and a game that ended up going 10 innings as well. As far as the Blue Jays, Eric Lauer was their starter. He did a nice job, did not figure in the decision as well. He worked the first 6 innings. He gave up 3 hits, a couple runs, walked 1, struck out 6. Bullpen work was solid for the Blue Jays, other than the home run that Nick Sandlin allowed against the first batter that he faced when he took over for Eric Lauer in the ball game. In the top of the 7th inning, he gave up the 3-run homer to Joe Adell. 2 of those 3 runs end up going against Lauer, but Rodriguez pitched well for them. Brendan Little retired a couple of batters, a pair of strikeouts for him, and Chad Green, the eventual winner for the Blue Jays, worked the top of the 10th inning against the Angels. As far as the scoring in the ball game, we were scoreless going to the 6th inning. In the top of the 6th, the Angels went down 1-2-3. And then in the bottom of the 6th inning, that's when the Blue Jays put a 3-spot on the board to take the lead. The inning started off with a double by Will Wagner. Sack bunt moved him to 3rd. Next batter stepping up to the plate. We were scoreless in the bottom of the 6th. With 1 out was their leadoff batter tonight, Andres Jimenez. And here's the next one. That's a liner into left field. That's going to drop in and drive in the game's first run. Jimenez goes the opposite way with that single, and Toronto has a 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the 6th. So 1-0 was the score. The very next batter, George Springer, got a base hit as well. So they had a couple on up 1-0, and that brought to the plate their shortstop, Bo Bichette. And there's another base hit. That's a liner into left field off the bat of Bichette. They will score another run on that one as that pinch runner comes in from 3rd. And now it is 2-0 Toronto. So 2-0 at that point, and still just 1 out. The very next batter was Addison Barger, and he hit what appeared to be a pretty routine ground ball to Zach Neto that looked like a double play ball, but Neto had it skip off his glove. Angels didn't get anyone on that play, and that enabled the Blue Jays to score another run and kept the inning going. They were up 3-0 by the time the bottom of the 6th inning came to an end. So an error by the Angels factored into 1 run in that 6th inning. It extended the inning, and certainly the error on the final batter of the ball game on Sam Bachman figures as far as the outcome. The Angels came right back, though, as we've seen the Angels all season able to come back quickly against teams after getting behind. It was 3-0 as we went to the Angels' top of the 7th, and the Angels answered back. First 2 batters in the inning had singles, Trout and Ward, and then that brought to the plate against the reliever Nick Sandlin, Angels center fielder Joe Adell. 2 on, tying run at the plate. And here's the pitch, and here's Adell swinging at a pitch, and he lifts a high drive that's hit well out into left center, and that ball is out of here. Joe Adell has homered. That's his 19th of the season. And with that swing of the bat, this game is all tied up. It's now 3-3. 3-3 was the score. No further scoring for the Angels in that top of the 7th. In the bottom of the inning, the Blue Jays went down 1-3. So we went to the 8th inning. Neither team scored. In the 8th inning, though, the Angels did get the bases loaded. It was an odd 8th inning for the Angels. The Angels had 3 walks in the inning, and then all 3 of the outs in the inning came on strikeouts, including Adele striking out with the bases loaded, and the Angels failing to score in that top of the 8th. In the bottom of the 8th inning, no scoring by the Blue Jays. Neither team scored in the 9th. In the 10th inning, the Angels failed to score, as the Angels ended up in that 10th inning, leaving a couple runners on base. We went to the bottom of the 10th. The Angels just looking to hold on and get it to the 11th. Sam Bachman came in to start the inning off, and with Nathan Lucas at the plate, he was clearly looking to bunt and advance the base runner placed at second, Miles Straw. But Bachman never threw him a strike. It wasn't an intentional walk. He just kept missing low and inside. So that put runners on at first and second. And again, 3-3 in the bottom of the 10th inning, when the next matchup was Sam Bachman against Ernie Clement. He's around the bunt, drops one down to the left of the mound. Tough play for Bachman, makes a bad throw, and the ball goes sailing into the outfield, and that is how the ball game is going to end. So it ended abruptly there on that bunt try. Bachman fielded the ball. Looking back, probably should have just held on to it, but he was trying to get an out somewhere. He went to first base, made a bad throw, and Toronto comes away with the victory in the opening game of this series. They beat the Angels tonight in 10 innings by the final of 4-3. When we get back, Mark Langston alongside. He'll help break down what happened tonight. Angels drop it in Toronto 4-3-10. More of Angels recap when we get back on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
You hear that? That's the sound of unmatched excellence. I'm John Patterson, owner of Mission Viejo Kia, where it's never just about cars, it's about delivering an exceptional experience. We're the only Kia dealer in Orange County to earn the Platinum Prestige Dealer Award for outstanding sales and customer service. Receive a great guest experience with no dealer markups. Visit Mission Viejo Kia today. Buy better, drive better.
Whether you're cheering on the Angels at the ballpark or out and active in the heat, Pocari Sweat provides the hydration you need to be at your best. However you quench your thirst for life, when you're in need of hydration, Pocari Sweat is ready to fully hydrate your body and get you back to being your best. With a delicious citrus taste, Pocari Sweat will rehydrate, restore, and revitalize you. Now, Pocari Sweat is available at select Costco locations and, as always, in stadium at the corner markets. Pocari Sweat is a proud partner of Angels Baseball.
Angels fall in 10 innings. Again, the final 4-3. And Mark Langston, the Angels knew coming into this ball game they were facing a hot team, even though they didn't have a few of their starters in the lineup tonight. Angels, when you face a team that's hot and a first-place team, as the Blue Jays are, and they now have a 2-game lead in the AL East, you want to play mistake-free baseball, and unfortunately that did not happen tonight for the Angels.
Yeah, 2 big plays. One, the error by Zach Neto in that 6th inning that looked like a double play led to an extra run. And sure enough, there at the end of the ball game, that bunt that Sam Bachman got to it and just threw the ball away, and that was the difference in the ball game there in 10 innings. And not only are the Blue Jays hot, so are the Angels. The Angels are playing good baseball, and the Angels, not only did they give up the 3 runs in the 6th, but immediately answered back. That's one thing this team has been so good at answering back. They get a couple of guys on, and who's the hottest hitter in the Angels lineup? Joe Adele, 3-run home run, his 19th of the year. And he had a hit earlier to extend his hit streak to 15 straight games, and he has just been on fire for the Angels. Big clutch home run for Joe Adele to tie the game at 3. And then you've got to extra innings, and when you are the visiting team, you have got to try to figure out how to score right out of the gate. Angels were unable to score in the top of the 10th with the ghost runner at second base. And sure enough, the Blue Jays were able to parlay their bottom of the 10th with that good sacrifice bunt. Really good bunt by Clement, and just the rush throw by Bachman to try to make sure he got the out and threw the ball away.
We saw a really good pitching matchup tonight. Both starters were outstanding in this ballgame.
Yeah, they both were. They put on a clinic on how to pitch, and that is neither one of these guys threw hard, but they were able to just throw strikes all game long. In fact, Kyle Hendricks in this game threw those 82 pitches, 58 of them for strikes in this game today. And he had only allowed one hit through the first 5 innings and retired 15 of the first 16 batters that he had faced. He was pitching so well, and then gives up that double and then a couple of singles, and then they go to the bullpen. Ray Montgomery goes to the bullpen, and Fermin immediately gives up a hit, and then that big double play ball that Neto takes his eye off and ends up turning into another run for the Blue Jays. So Kyle Hendricks can't pitch much better than that. Did a really nice job, but the Angels were handcuffed also. So it's one of those games where Angels, you look at them, they were 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position, just could not get a big hit when they needed to.
Talked about the home run Joe Adell hit, and Adell has been somewhat carrying this club right now offensively.
Yeah, we're talking about it during the broadcast. Angels are going to have a representative in the All-Star game, and who is it going to be? Well, there's nobody hotter than Joe Adell right at the moment, and will Joe Adell's recent surge be enough for him to be added to that All-Star team? When we'll know Sunday night when the reserves are announced. But Joe Adell is you could really easily make a case for Joe Adell to be on that All-Star team.
Last thing for you, tomorrow afternoon in the middle game of this weekend series, the Angels are going to see Max Scherzer. I know he's always been a favorite of yours. He was on the injured list and has come off it. He's a guy last season didn't even pitch 50 innings. He's kind of in the twilight of his career now, in his 40s. But he will get the baseball tomorrow for Toronto.
Yeah, we'll see what you're going to get out of Max Scherzer. You mentioned it. He's at the backside of his career. It's all going to boil down to, can Jack Kohanowitz put something together and keep a game close, to where this Angels offense has been really good, and they were shut down tonight. But we'll see tomorrow if they can parlay something against Max Scherzer, and if Jack Kohanowitz can, again, just go out there and keep the game close. And I just watching Soriano the other night, I think can always help Jack Kohanowitz, because they're similar as far as with the two-seamer, and both guys are power stuff, and we'll see if Jack Kohanowitz is able to keep that fastball down in the zone and keep the red-hot Toronto Blue Jays at bay.
Yeah, we'll see if the Angels can slow them down. They've won 6 in a row, the hottest team in baseball. They're really good at home this season. Their record now improves to 30-16 at Rogers Center, and Toronto comes away with the victory, a walk-off win for them tonight in the opener of this weekend series. When we get back, we'll take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard. Also fill you in on what's happening in the Angels minor league system. We'll check out some games involving the Angels farm clubs. Angels drop it in 10-4-3. More of Angels Recap when we get back on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
You hear that? That's the sound of 20 years of excellence. I'm John Patterson, owner of Tustin Mazda and Huntington Beach Mazda. With us, it's never just about cars. It's about delivering an exceptional experience. We're the only Mazda dealer group in California with a 20-year track record of earning the President's Award for sales and service excellence. Receive a great guest experience with no dealer markups. Visit Tustin Mazda, Huntington Beach Mazda. Buy better, drive better.
A lot of life can happen between sips of Dasani. You know, the life moments, big and small, that are worth getting thirsty for. Like organizing a family movie night under the stars. Or hearing an old favorite song and having an impromptu dance party. Or finding a new dinner recipe that the whole family loves. The crisp, clean taste of Dasani was made for all of life's thirst-worthy moments. Dasani, because life happens between sips.
Toronto on this 4th of July. 4-3 Blue Jays in 10 innings. Fans, don't forget to tune in after every Angels home game for Angels Nightcap. That's presented by Johnny Walker Keep Walking, and join Trent Rush for that when the Angels get back at the Big A for the final homestand that'll take us into the All-Star break. Down on the Farm, that's being presented by State Farm. And as far as what's been going on in the Angels minor league system, AAA Salt Lake is in action against Tacoma, and the Bees are leading that game 4-2. They're in the bottom of the 4th. Meantime, AA Rocket City beaten by Knoxville earlier today. The final there was 8-3. The Angels High A Club, the Tri-City Dust Devils, they are in the second inning taking on Spokane. The score is 0-0 in the top of the second. And in the bottom of the second, Lake Elsinore in the Cal League, the Angels Farm Club in action taking on Lake Elsinore. And Inland Empire right now trailing that game 2-1 in the bottom of the second. As far as the out-of-town scoreboard, that's being presented by New Era Cap. And let's see what's going on in the rest of the AL West. It was the Texas Rangers dropping a game in San Diego to the Padres 3-2, the final. That game also went 10 innings at Petco Park. Meantime, Seattle shut out Pittsburgh earlier today at T-Mobile Park in Seattle. The A's are up 2-0 against the Giants. That's in the bottom of the second in West Sacramento. And the Astros are in action at Dodger Stadium, and the Astros are on top of the Dodgers. The score there is 7-1 Houston. That game is now in the top of the 5th inning. Some other games going on at the moment. White Sox have a 3-2 lead against the Rockies. That's in the top of the 9th. In Phoenix, the Royals have a 6-2 lead, bottom of the 3rd, against the D-backs. Other action, it was the Red Sox beating the Washington Nationals today 11-2. Reds over the Phillies 9-6. The Cubs beat up on the Cardinals 11-3 at Wrigley this afternoon. The Cubs had 8 home runs in that game. The Mets beat the Yankees as the Yanks dropped their 5th in a row, 6-5 Mets over the Yankees in the Subway Series. It was the Twins beating the Tampa Bay Rays 4-3. The Milwaukee Brewers, who have been playing some good baseball of late, they came away with a victory in Miami, beat the Marlins 6-5. The Detroit Tigers beat the Cleveland Guardians 2-1. Detroit improves to 55-34, and for the Guardians, that was their 8th loss in a row. That's it as far as the out-of-town scoreboard, although we do have one more to give you. Orioles beat the Atlanta Braves as the Braves' struggles continue. They were beaten in Atlanta at Truist Park earlier tonight. The final there, 3-2 Baltimore. Mentioned the Angels continuing their weekend series in Toronto with the day game tomorrow. Angels will be sending Jack Kohanowitz to the mound. His record is 3-8, and Max Scherzer will get the baseball for the Toronto Blue Jays tomorrow. And again, he is 0-0 this season, has made under 5 starts this year since coming off the injured list, began the year on the injured list. Scherzer will face the Angels in that ball game, and first pitch tomorrow back to Southern California will be at 12:07. The series and the road trip for the Angels wraps up on Sunday. That start time back to SoCal on Sunday will be at 10:37 in the morning. Tyler Anderson against Kevin Gausman. The totals one more time. The Blue Jays win it with 4 runs on 6 hits, 1 error. They leave 4. The Angels in 10 innings had 3 runs, only 5 hits, commit 2 errors, and the Angels leave 8. Winning pitcher Chad Green, 3-2. Losing pitcher Sam Bachman, 1-2. The time of the game, 3 hours, 4 minutes. And the attendance at Rogers Center in Toronto on this Friday night, the 4th of July, it was 30,119. I want to thank our studio coordinators back in Southern California and the Big A, Alejandro Valenzuela, taking care of business for us on our broadcast tonight. The producer-engineer of Angels Baseball on Radio is Jorge Sevilla. Our next broadcast will come your way tomorrow, Angels and the Blue Jays. Angels Baseball takes the air tomorrow at 11:30 in the morning. That'll be with the Angels pregame show. We'll have the first pitch for you tomorrow at 12:07. Now, coming up next on our flagship station, more sports programming for you on this Friday evening. For Mark Langston, Terry Smith saying thanks so much for listening. Again, the final score from Rogers Center in Toronto. It was the Blue Jays in 10 over the Angels 4-3. Enjoy the rest of your 4th of July weekend. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
You've been listening to Angels Recap. Join us again for the next Angels game here on Angels Radio and the AM 830 app.